we go. Spencer Oliver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Roy Jones Jr., 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
This is John Rowley.
We are getting the party started here, coming to you live from the Jacob Brown Auditorium in Brownsville, Texas. We have the legendary Roy Jones Jr., who's going to be serving as the team captain for Team USA, and also Spencer Oliver, who is the team captain for UK, and also David there on the end, the commentator from FightZone. We're going to have 11 exciting bouts that are going to be coming your way, so sit tight, relax, but get ready for an exciting evening of the Transatlantic Clash. Now, we're going to be having 6 fighters from the UK, 6 fighters from the US.
Here we go, we don't want to sing it right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to acknowledge the Board of
Turn my
Trustees of
headphones
Texas
up.
Southmost College.
Won't go up anymore.
First of all, Madam
Mom.
Chairwoman, Adela Garza. Our Vice Chair, Delia Sainz. Secretary, Dr. Norman Lopez Harris. And our trustees in attendance, we have Alejandra Alete, along with Dr. Tony Zabaleta, Edgar Garcia, and Edward Gabalillo. You don't know what he are.
No, I can't get a hold of them. And my headphones. Oh, in the truck.
The Honorable Adela Garza to the ring.
Welcome to everybody watching all the way from the United Kingdom, and also here in the United States. We have an exciting evening of professional boxing action in store.
My name is Adela Garza, and it is my honor. I'm proud to serve as chairwoman for the Texas Southmost College Board of Trustees. Welcome. It's my honor to serve this community for a very, very long time. And I'm very proud not only to serve this community, but to be an alumni. I came through Brownsville some 45 years ago. I made this my home. I made this my community. And I'm very, very pleased to be here. Brownsville is my home, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome both athletes and fans to my home. I want to recognize our trustees and our president, Dr. Norman Lopez Harris, and Mr. Camarena. Thank you for being here. As well as our
Truck. Spencer Oliver, The Omen, and also John Rowling. Glad you came here from the UK to be a part of this event. Which fight in particular are you guys looking forward to the most?
Well, we're looking forward to the whole of the Transatlantic Clash because it's an exciting new development. There's been a lot of publicity about it. Tickets have sold here at the auditorium here in Brownsville, but the whole idea of it is to put together, Spenny, something akin to a Ryder Cup of boxing to hopefully command attention both sides of the Atlantic.
Absolutely, you know, I think it's a fantastic concept. FightZone teaming up with TalkSPORT with this new format. Very special. Roy Jones representing the USA, iconic figure, and yeah, just what.
His counterpart, Carlos Monroe. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium, Brownsville, Texas. It is a Transatlantic Clash presented by Adidas Promotions, along with Fight Academy and proudly being sponsored by CrossFit Brownsville and Lone Star
National Bank. We kick off the action with this bout. Set for 4 rounds or less in the light heavyweight division. At ringside scoring the action we have Luis Escalona, along with Tony Gonzalez and Tom Lindsay. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters the ring wearing blue with silver trim on the scale. He registered an official 173.5 pounds. Tonight, this battle-tested Mexican warrior enters the Marines Promotions ring for the 23rd time as a pro. Puro Reynosa, Tamaulipas, Mexico. Eduardo Reyes. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing white with blue lettering, he weighed in at an official 170.5 pounds. Tonight, he puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 19 victories, no losses, 13 of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Atlanta, Georgia, Carlos Monroe. With final instructions, referee James Green.
Let's go, man, right here. Let's go. Okay, gentlemen, you got your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times. At all times, obey my command. Let's run back to your corner.
A lot of times these Mexican guys like this, they look like they're built soft, but it takes everything and some to get rid of them. So they're very tough guys.
Yeah, great point there, Roy. The Mexicans, they do come, you look at them, and like you say, they look soft, a little soft around the midriff, and don't look particularly like they are big punchers, but you know, you go through the history of it, and you remember Marco Antonio Barrera, Eric Morales, fighters of that magnitude.
Right by the Mexican fighter.
Yeah, fighters like magnitude, Roy, and you look at them and they didn't look like punchers, but boy, did they deliver. And Reyes, you know, he just let a big right hand go there himself.
Yes, he did.
Bit of a reminder to Monroe that he's got to
got to treat this in all seriousness. He doesn't want to get caught by punches like that early in the fight. A reminder from his, well, you could say a roly-poly Mexican opponent, but he is nevertheless in a fight, and he's got to treat his guy with respect.
Yeah, but Monroe is digging to the body like he's supposed to, though. I like to see that early in a young fighter.
Yep, working well here, Monroe on the front foot. He seems to have found his range now. That left hook to the body under the right elbow there of Reyes is the shot that seems to be working. And Reyes now looking like he's on the retreat, moving around the perimeter of the ring, and just a change in the pattern here after a good start from Reyes. Monroe really seems to have got hold of this one.
Yeah, he's trying to dig some heavy body shots in now, isn't he? And I think Reyes is very definitely on the back foot, and Monroe has commanded respect. That one may have been a tad low, but he's put Reyes back onto the ropes, and now he's starting to unload. Some real power shots going in, Roy.
And Reyes just landed a good body shot himself, so Monroe has to be careful not to gas out trying to take him out, because if you do, you'll give Reyes exactly what he wants.
Yep, that's exactly what it is with Monroe, who's loading up with the two big right hands there and digging those shots in, but no lateral movement from Monroe here as he's letting those shots go, which leaves him vulnerable for the counter punch. And Reyes, as we've seen early on in this round, he can whack a bit.
Referee just telling him to keep the punches up there as he targets the body repeatedly.
Yeah, I think the body shots are starting to get to Reyes a little bit now.
Yep, just went back, took a deep gulp of air there, Reyes, didn't he? And he's just seems to be on the end of some heavy punishment at the moment. Tries to come back with a couple of shots, a bit wild, misses the target.
Last 10 seconds of an opening round, which Monroe's undoubtedly won, although there have been a couple of moments when he's been caught, which has been maybe more down to carelessness as anything else, but that's a clear round to Monroe.
Yep, Monroe took a hold of it after a shaky start there, got caught with a good right hand. That seemed to be the alarm call for Monroe, and he took control, pushing forward, working well behind that jab. The left hook to the body was effective as well. That was the very good shot there, body shots going in, uppercuts landing as well. And Roy, he took control of that round, Monroe, but there were warning signs there from Reyes to say, don't get silly, don't get reckless, because I'll make you pay.
And that's what you want for your young fighters. You always want a guy in front of them that's live enough to make them pay when they make careless mistakes. That's the only way they're going to get better.
Ok. Recuerden que Marines Productions presentes organizando este magno evento de peleas, Marines Productions. Así es que en unos momentos más vamos a estar anunciando a todos los patrocinadores oficiales.
So we move now into the second round of this 4-rounder. First round in the bag to Carlos Monroe.
You see, Monroe is using his height and reach advantage. And earlier, in midway about through the first round, he saw with the soft midsection of his Mexican opponent. He was scoring well with that. So I'm going to be predicting that we're going to be seeing a knockout due to a body shot here momentarily. You can see his confidence is growing throughout the fight. Now, Reyes will not go down because he has people in this area. Now, where he's from, Reynosa, is very close by. So obviously this crowd is going to be pro Reyes, but he's really going to have to go forward and be aggressive in this fight if he wants to have a chance. But right now you can just see Monroe's confidence is growing as each second passes in this fight. Who do you, everybody scored that a 10-round, right? 10-9 round, I assume.
Absolutely, Monroe winning that first round, clearly there, but the signs are there again from Rafael Reyes, sorry, that, you know, he can whack a bit and he's good on the counter. Got caught with a big right hand there, though, just seemed to land on the back of the head. But Monroe clearly the heavier handed of the two, but he does leave himself in the pocket from time to time and sits there. He has to be careful at counter punching. But John, another good couple of body shots going in.
Yeah, good body shots, aren't they? But he does have a tendency to come in straight lines, doesn't he? There's not a lot of lateral movement, and he lands a good shot and kind of stands there and congratulates himself. What do you reckon, Roy? A little bit more variety needed.
Yeah, down the line, this is going to be very costly because he allowed Rio to hit him with a great right hand earlier in this round because he's standing right in front of him. You got to get your head off that line. So many fighters nowadays do not believe in getting their heads off the line after they finish their work. They want to do their work and sit there and admire it. You can't admire your work. You must get your head off of that line once you're finished.
Yep, I think that Reyes now really biting down on his gum shield just to stay in there. Heavy shots coming in from Carlos Monroe. He's starting to take control of this. I agree with Roy Jones. Moving forward, he's going to have to move off that line. He's got to get defensively better. Big right hand goes in again there though, and Reyes soaking those shots up well.
Like I told you, these Mexican guys look like they can't take a punch, but they really will surprise you. Oh, good shot.
Well, there he goes, down for the first time, and the referee, I think he's scoring it as a knockdown. The Mexican didn't like it. He thought there was an illegality in there, but he's given it as a knockdown. He says it was around the back of the head.
Well, it did land around the back of the head, to be fair, but that's what happens when you go down low. And, I think for Monroe, he was shooting a shot down, and there we see him bending down, bending forward. That's the problem that Reyes has got there, and that's why those shots are landing behind. But Reyes coming back well.
I told you these Mexican guys can fight now.
Goodness me.
They don't look like it, but they can fight.
Showing some guts there, Ray.
Believe it.
Roy, the way he came back, he really did.
Yeah, right on cue there. Roy Jones Jr. called that one, said that they'll come back, that they're tough, and just as we think Rafael Reyes is going down, he's going out on a fight, he comes back. Roy found some heart and grit and determination there. He's not going to go down without a fight.
Not in his hometown. He's got too many people from too close by to just lay down for him. He's going to fight.
Yeah, and Christian, good round there again from Monroe, but the warning signs are there coming from Reyes that he can whack a bit, and there's a bit of dog in him.
Well, if you ask my opinion about what Reyes is trying to do, is he's trying to duck his head low and draw in a foul by getting a rabbit punch so he can defeat his opponent by disqualification, because I think we obviously know that Monroe is too young, too strong. He's undefeated for a reason, so Reyes is hoping for a DQ to be the first person to ever get a victory over the undefeated young man from Atlanta, Georgia. Time for round number 3.
And I don't think the referee would give him a DQ even if it happens.
Yeah, great shot there, Roy. Again, big shots going in the right hand, especially effective. Reyes looking dangerous on that counter, but soaking up a lot of punishment in there right now.
He takes a punch, doesn't he?
Yep.
He certainly does.
Much better than he looks like he could. He doesn't appear to be a tough guy, but he is. And that's what I told you about. A lot of time when you fight these Mexican fighters, they look soft around the belly, but they turn out to be some hell of a people once you get them in the ring.
Yep, clearly been eating too many tacos, but he can certainly fight, Roy, that's for sure.
You better believe he can. And tough as nails, look at that.
Yeah, and again there, he's just deciding to whip those shots in there, Reyes. Monroe responding well, but he's got to work on the defense moving forward. I mean, he's heavy-handed, but defensively, Roy, he's there to be hit.
He's definitely there to be hit. Got to work on that defense a little bit more.
And you just get the sense that this Mexican guy, he's gone down though. Put together a couple of headshots, down for a second time, and I wonder how much he's going to have left now.
It's an accumulation of the body shots along with the hard headshots at the end of it that's really doing the job on it.
You know what, Roy? You find that with Mexicans, it seems to be in their DNA that you can hit them to the head all night long, but if you're ever going to get a Mexican out of there, it seems to be to the midriff, to the body.
You got to beat that body. Look at it.
And he's going for it. He's trading with him here. He's rolling the dice a little bit. It's Reyes, and listen to the crowd now getting into it. The response, as Roy Jones said, they've clearly bought.
No knockdown given.
No, because he's trying, like you said, he's trying to get a disqualification. That was a great call you made right there, because he don't really want to fight no more, but, you know.
Yeah, he's looking for the out here, Roy.
Yes, he is. Fatigue is getting him.
And referee James Green counting right in front of his face and wondering if he was going to get up right there, but Reyes looked like he didn't know, and he's not going to continue. Referee James Green has halted the contest, so it will be a TKO for the undefeated young man, and he is now 20-0 from Atlanta, Georgia. Another solid performance, and the crowd here may not be that happy, but another victory. He looked much better in this fight. In his previous fight, he won by a majority decision. Monroe did. He looks focused, he looks poised, and his mind is on winning that world title.
That was a great call by the referee there, because Rafael Reyes was looking for a way out there. Like once he was clearly taking too much punishment. He rolled the dice a couple of times, let those shots go, showed that there's a bit of dog in him, a bit of fight in him, but the referee spotted that early there because it was only going to end one way, and that was inside the distance, and the referee saving the fight from further punishment, and I think that was a great call, Roy, there.
Yeah, I thought it was too because he said he communicated with him before he did it.
Está organizando este magno evento Noche de Boxeo. También Fight Academy presente como patrocinador oficial.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the TAC Jacob Brown Auditorium, referee James Green determines that the blue corner can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest.
With an official time of 2 minutes, 11 seconds of round number 3, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, Carlos Monroe.
So our first fight of the night completed, and a relatively straightforward task for Carlos Monroe.
Yeah, good performance there from Carlos. Showed that there's still things to work on. The fundamentals, the foundations are all good. He plants his feet well, lets his hands go well, but got to think about what's coming back. I think Roy Jones picked up on it in the commentary, mid commentary there, where he's saying, listen, it's all right on the offense and getting off of your shots, but you got to think about what's coming back at you as well, because when you hit that level, those shots will come back. And I think that's something, Roy, he needs to work on to move on and further his career. But the kid definitely seems to have potential.
Yeah, he has a lot of potential, but he must work on that catch and return game. Because as you know, in the pros, with these small gloves, you can't throw and not expect it to be returned.
Just now joining us, welcome to the Transatlantic Clash here, coming to you live from Brownsville, Texas, the Jacob Brown Auditorium. We are going to be continuing with the undercard, and we are going to be getting to the UK versus US matchups here momentarily. We're excited that you're joining us, whether it's from the UK or the United States. Getting ready to throw it right up there to our ring announcer, Lupe Contreras.
Action entering the arena.
Gerardo Fuentes.
Comes Gerardo Alberto Fuentes. He is from Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico, with a record of 3-11-1. Now Matamoros is just a stone's throw. We could literally, from where we're located right now, we could drive to Matamoros in less than about 2 minutes. It's that close by. He's going to really have his hands full tonight. I have announced for his opponent, Caleb Maravilla Zúñiga, in the past, that he's a tremendous talent. He's 5-0 for a reason, and he's also been trained by what is being hailed as, or who is being hailed as, the greatest trainer in all of boxing, Robert Garcia.
Caleb Zúñiga.
Ha sido fácil llegar al puesto que tengo, porque en feria no saben de dónde vengo, cuánto he batallado en tener lo que quiero.
From the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium, Brownsville, Texas, it is a Transatlantic Clash. Once again being presented to you by Marines Promotions, along with Fight Academy, and proudly sponsored by CrossFit Brownsville and Lone Star National Bank. This contest, 4 rounds or less in the super welterweight division. Scoring the action ringside, we have Nexus Novoa, along with Lee Rogers and Tony Gonzalez. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing silver with white trim on the scale. He registered an official 148.5 pounds. Tonight, this battle-tested veteran enters the ring for the 17th time as a pro. De Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico, Gerardo El Boris Fuente. Standing across the ring in the red corner, wearing brown with pink trim, he weighed in at a ripped and ready 147.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters the Marines Promotions boxing ring an undefeated professional with 5 victories, 3 of his victories coming by way of KO. The reigning WBF Youth Silver Champion from Maynard, Texas, Caleb Maravilla Zuniga. With final instructions, referee Tyrone Parker.
All right, gentlemen, you received your instructions in the dressing room. Let's keep it clean, obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. Punches here and up are good, here and up are good. Touch them up. Let's go to work.
He's been sparring with Marataya, Brandon Lee, Jose Ramirez out there in Riverside. He uses his angles like an expert. He's only 19 years old, but he has tremendous skills. Spencer Roy, do you remember when you were 5-0 and you were that young? I mean, what it was like? Can you go back to that time?
Absolutely. This is all about the development stage. You know, this is the apprenticeship, and this is the springboard to push you on, learn your trade, and go on to title contention. So this is a valuable stage of a fighter's career, because this is where they're learning from every fight, taking stuff from every fight, and we're sure we're going to see that here in this contest.
Roy, do you remember your 6th fight of your career and how you felt, and obviously by being an Olympian where you should have won the gold, what was it like, that young in your career? What were the most important things that you had to develop on in becoming a world champion, future Hall of Fame?
I was a little bit different. I had gotten robbed at the Olympics, and being robbed at the Olympics had me a little pissed off. So anybody in the first 15 had to go to sleep. I wasn't playing no decisions. I went out there looking to go to decisions. I was out there to hurt and cause harm. I wanted the fight over with before we went back to the judge's decision, because what had happened to me in the Olympics.
Nice.
Yep, that's why Roy ended up the GOAT, the greatest of all time, for that reason, because, that setback in that Olympic final effectively, Roy, when you look back at that, you go, really, that molded you as a fighter, and you went on to create, the legacy that you did, and, achieve the heights that you reached because of, that situation. Took you back to the gym, back to the drawing board, and you worked harder, and it made you more aggressive, and the results are the results.
I thank God for that every day, because sometimes people don't understand that faith is everything for me. So God can take the worst time of your life and make it out to be the best time of your life. That thing that happened to me turned out to be the best thing that ever could have happened to me, because it gave me a drive that was unlike any other out there.
Beautiful right hand, then left a hook followed up by Zuniga. I guarantee you this is not going to be going to all 4 rounds. Zuniga has arrived poised, ready to go. He doesn't know much about his opponent. He doesn't really study his opponents, which, is a strategy that some of the younger fighters use. In camp, he told me he was working on his head movement, staying calm and poised, and what he worked at the most was angles, and you can see right now he's using that. It's just going to be a matter of time until he is 6-0.
Yes,
Spencer, do you agree?
Yep, totally agree with that. I think we've seen some good work from Zuniga here. John, big right hand going in there as well, and he's just starting to turn the screw here in this first round with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it was a good shot he threw there, and I mean, we talked about Monroe's lack of footwork, and already we've seen good signs that Zuniga has got really good footwork, moves into position well to create the angles and gives him the opportunity to throw real purposeful shots. That was an impressive first 3 minutes for me.
It really was. Zuniga really turning the screw towards the last 30 seconds.
Ok, estamos en esta noche presentes, presenciando este gran boxeo. Recuerden que Marines Production está organizando este magno evento para todos ustedes. Es que esperemos si lo estén disfrutando en esta noche bonita, esta noche mágica. Marines Production presente organizando este magno evento. Recordarles también que está CrossFit Brownsville presente también, promocionando este boxeo de calidad para todos ustedes, con cariño y respeto también. Marines Production para todos ustedes.
I'm feeling good about today. I've seen these first two fights and how tough these kids are. And I'm starting to worry just a little bit more.
You got to be on your A game with these Mexican fighters.
You certainly have, and John, you know, Zuniga, he looks like a great prospect.
Yeah, he's a good mover, isn't he? And he took that opening round very, very clearly. You're going to be given 10-9, but tell you what, he landed so many heavy shots, you could almost mount an argument for it being more than that, a wider discrepancy. Absolutely bossing this to this point.
And I love the patience and the poise that he showed that round. He didn't go out there and go wild just because he could land good shots. He took his time, he set them up, and then he threw them.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. He's controlling that space in there, isn't he? He's working well with that distance, so he's seeing the counter shots coming. And Fuentes is very, very tough, Christian, but he's going to have to be in there because, you know, Zuniga, he's a tough guy with a great shot selection.
I'm just going to be realistic. It's just a matter of time. Caleb Zuniga has been landing those flush, strong shots. He was named Prospect of the Year in what I believe was Ring Magazine.
Oh, good shot. Lovely right hand. Really turned into that one well. Timed it well. He's protesting that it was around the back of the head, but he timed that shot beautifully, Spencer.
Yep, absolutely. Timing is key here. Bersenga, he's landing some beautiful shots to the head and body, and just feel that Fuentes is starting to come apart, isn't he? He's just starting to unravel a little bit. He's in with a class act here. Big right hand there, and he's in desperate trouble. He's not going to beat the count here. Left hook finished that, Roy. Shot selection was spot on, Christian. What a combination that was.
Christian called it from the get-go.
I'm telling you, Zuniga, I'll tell you what, his nickname is Maravilla. And if you want to know why he chose that nickname, is because he's a big fan of Sergio Martinez from Argentina. Sergio Martinez, that was his nickname, and what we just saw was wonderful. And now he is 6-0, 4 KOs, and it was just a matter of time. Fuentes wanted to come in here and show out in front of, you know, the local people, but he was just too outgunned by the young man from Manor, Texas. Absolutely brilliant performance.
Roy, difficult to say at this stage, but I mean, for a young lad, what has he now got? 6 winning fights. How hot a prospect is this guy? I mean, he looked the business to me, but he wasn't against all that much.
Yeah, he's a very hot prospect still, but the good thing about it was he learned from this guy tonight. This guy had a lot of experience. So for him to take his time and methodically take this guy apart was a beautiful sight, because that's the way you do it. That's how you grow in this game. If you don't do it that way, then you don't grow.
He showed good footwork and he showed great timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roy, I mean, you know, you was talking about, you know, big young fighters and having that little bit of spite in what they do there. And you're right in what you said. It was a mature performance because he was taking his time, picking his shots when he was. But the execution and delivery and you know, the spiteful delivery that he produced there was pretty much what you was talking about when you turned professional after coming out of that Olympics, and the way that you felt. You went in there, you wanted to do a job, and you wanted to do it in fashion. And that's what that kid just done there.
That's exactly what he did.
Now we'll throw it up there to Lupe Contreras.
Winner, still undefeated, Caleb Maravilla Zúñiga.
Spencer, you won the EBU in 1997. Very impressive record of 14-1 with 9 KOs. From what you saw, he is now 6-0. Can you compare? He's a little heavier weight class than you were. How much from what you saw, do you think he's going to be ready for a big title within the next 2 to 3 years?
Listen, 100% within 2 or 3 years. Absolutely, yeah. You know, I mean, the kid, you can see, has immense talent. And the big problem you're going to have is holding him back and finding the right fighter. That's a difficult job when you've got a fighter of a fighter of the talent of that magnitude. It's very difficult to find them the right opponents and people that want to go in with them. So the job that the promoter's going to have with him is how they can hold him back, because he is that good. You know, and I think that it's all about the right management, picking the right fights at the right time. But when they have a quality like that, Roy, you know, you can see that it's not if he's going to win a title of, you know, some form, whether that is, you know, an American title or whether he goes on to win a world title. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You know, but I think timing, it's all about timing in the professional ranks, right?
Timing and growth. Picking the right opponent so that he grows every night. Tonight he was able to grow because they had a good opponent in front of him, good enough to sustain and make him take his time and use his stuff to get him out of there. And that was a very small, tactical way to take him out, and I like this.
Auditorium entering the arena, Juan Flores.
We continue with the action of the Transatlantic Clash being presented to you by Marina's Foxy Promotions, along with Fight Academy and our
Sponsors, CrossFit Brownsville, along with Lone Star Bank. And our international sponsors, JJ Crump & Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel in Jersey, United Kingdom. This contest, 4 rounds or less in the featherweight division. Scoring the action, our judges are Luis Escalona, Tom Lindsay, along with Lee Rogers. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with gold lettering. He weighed in at an official 123.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters the Marines Promotions ring in his 8th bout as a pro, with a record of 3 victories against 3 losses and 1 bout even. Fighting out of Alton, Texas, Juan Diablo Flores. In the red corner, proudly wearing American red, white, and blue, he weighed in an official 125.25 pounds. Tonight, he puts his unblemished professional record on the line, consisting of 2 victories. One of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Browntown, Brownsville, Texas, Kid Cameron, Diani Rubalcaba. Our referee, Humberto Zavala.
Let me see about this. Okay, guys, we've gone over the rules. Any questions on the rules? Any questions on the rules? Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Shake gloves, come box.
Calva is undefeated too, and a very, very entertaining entrance, very Halloweenish. And this is going to be the most competitive fight of the night. I can guarantee you that.
Tall southpaw Flores, Spencer.
Yep.
Looks to be a mobile type.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's moving quite well in there at the moment, just loading up with a couple of shots there, Rubalcaba.
Where does the nickname come from?
This one, Juan Diablo, that means devil, and it's a very common nickname in in Mexico, South Texas. Obviously, you can see why, but a solid, very aggressive combination there, thrown by Kid Cameron right there. He's in clear control of this bout. And I apologize, that was Flores. My mistake right there. But yeah, he's definitely pressing his taller opponent, and definitely in charge of the and then a solid left, straight left. These guys are throwing leather.
Yeah, they are. They ain't playing at all.
Yep, Flores pushing forward, really looking to load up, plant his feet. When he lets those shots go, misses wildly there, but stays in that southpaw position and comes back and defends himself well. Rubalcaba moving around the perimeter of the ring, very light on his feet, awkward and hard to pin down, but Flores certainly looking to do that, loading up with every shot, just misses wildly there with a hook as well.
Good overhand right by Flores.
Yep, just calling Rubalcaba in there, Flores. He wants him to stand there, he wants him to fight, but I wouldn't advise that he does that, Roy, because Flores really loading up with those shots.
Yes, he is. Rubalcaba seems to have good footwork, but it's very awkward. Oh, good shot. I tell you, Rubalcaba is different. Very awkward footwork.
And that is a horrible thing to do when you're boxing a fighter where you don't actually know where those shots are coming from. Bad cut there as well. Yeah, over the right eye, is it there?
Yeah, over the right eye, and that blood is just gushing right now. And Flores obviously knows he's going to want to take advantage of that, and he's going to be looking to throw that left hook to the brow of his opponent so he can open up that cut worse. As he's looking to place that shot right now, right hand, and that is not looking good for Rubalcaba.
Saw him bang his gloves together there, Spencer, and he's really, Flores looking to try and get into range and trying to work on that, but that's a good comeback. That's good work from the youngster, and that's a really dramatic opening round, and the cut, though, is going to take some serious work in the corner.
Yep, it certainly is. Both guys having their successes there. Rubalcaba is that guy that's moving around, very unpredictable. He was landing some good shots, and he actually landed the most effective shot, the first shot, which was a right hand that caught Flores off balance and off guard. Flores
Recordándole que estamos aquí apreciando estas bonitas batallas de parte de Marines Promotion y FightZone.
The action was swinging one way, then the other. Flores had his moments. Rubicola had his moments as well. And Roy, entertainment there.
Yes, the high entertainment. You love when you see a guy with an awkward style because he always makes for a very interesting fight. Rubicola has a very awkward style and it's making for a very interesting fight.
That's a good point. I mean, I really couldn't see what caused that clash because the angle where we're sitting, they had a brief exchange, and when Rubicola raised up, you could see the blood gushing on the right side. I won't be surprised if referee Humberto Zavala asked the doctor to take a look at this mid-round.
Yep, that's a big problem for him. They've cut over that eye there, the right side, and the blood obviously can flow into that and affect the vision. So, you know, that is a big problem for him. I think on the plus side, this is only a 4-rounder. So if the corner can do a good enough job of stemming that blood flow, then he should be all right. But Flores obviously gaining a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum through that clash there, or through that cut there, sorry, John.
Normally, I think the referee would have been indicating to the judges if it had been a head clash, and I didn't see him doing that, so I can only assume.
Both boys deciding to trade here, really loading up with the shots, defensively not really thinking about it. Big right hand from Flores. Rubicola comes back with self, and what action here in this second round.
This guy right here next to me said this was probably going to be the best fight of the night, and he's so far been dead on it.
Thank you, champ. Thank you, champion. Yeah, just great action thus far. I mean, both of these fighters know that they have to pick it up. Now, it looks like Kid Cameron has been recovering quite well from that cut. I don't see a lot of blood coming. It's right by his right brow, right eyebrow right there, and it looks like he's recovered very well, which is obviously good news for him. Now, Flores has taken his foot off the gas a bit. Now, guys, who do you have winning thus far?
I'm not going to say he's doing a good job with the cut himself. I'm saying his corner did an absolutely fantastic job on that cut, because it has not bled not one time since this round has started. Now you just see a small trickle coming down now. That's a beautiful job done by his cornerman.
Yep, great shout there, Roy. They've stemmed that flow of blood, which is good for the fighter, and it just keeps his calmness and he can keep his concentration, and that's what he seems to be doing here. Rubicola, he's coming back well. He's decided to change tactics, not moving around the perimeter of the ring like he was. He's deciding to stand there and trade, because guys, when he catches Flores, he hurts him.
Yes, he does. And what I like about Rubicola is his head movement. He got really strange head movement. Good shot.
Yep.
Good strange head movement. I love it. He's not standing on that line. Just like I talked about last fight about getting off that line, he's constantly getting off the line. So it's going to be difficult to catch him. Not saying that you won't catch him, but it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, Christian, you said these guys, this could possibly be the best fight of the night, and you've called it spot on there again, because they are trading. No one really stamped their authority in this contest. Both guys have been hurt, and you just feel like any guy could get knocked out at any second.
But Rubicola doing a good job with the head movement. See, he's not taking as many shots on that cut as he did last round. So I got to actually probably win this round by work ethic.
Excellent exchange right here.
Oh, good shot.
John, let me ask you, who do you have winning thus far here in the second round?
It's a close one, but I think I'd be giving it to Kid Cameron. I think he's come back well, bearing in mind he got that nasty cut earlier on. I don't know if he's been cut before in his career, but if you've not experienced that before, it can have a bit of a traumatic effect, and he seems to have regrouped pretty well.
Yeah, great shout there, John. I agree with you there. He sort of turned it around. I had Flores winning that first round. It was a close round, but Flores doing enough to win that round. And yeah, Kid Cameron, Rubicola, he's come back very well. The corner, Roy Jones pointed that out. Corner done a great job, you know, with that blood flow, because it does seem to be quite a bad cut over the eye, but that was enough to keep the referee away, and for Kid Cameron to then focus on what he had to do. And he had his successes there. He landed some good shots tactically. He turned it around. He went from moving around from side to side to deciding to then take the fight to Flores, and that's where he was most effective, beating Flores at his own game.
Absolutely. Now, Spencer, I have a question for you. You were a world champion in this weight division, and what impresses me so much about these guys is their cardio and their endurance. What did you do as far as getting into the proper shape to be going Well, this is only a 4-rounder, but I mean to go throughout the entire fight. What did you do?
Well, listen, I think that you know, the lighter weights, it's all about high work rate. I mean, you look at Nick Ball, who defended his world featherweight title earlier on, and you look at the way that he fights, and you know, that aggressive approach and a high volume and high output. The little guys, that's what they do. You know, they're the ones that are the most effective. The guys that let those shots go, punches in bunches, and it's all about hard work. You only get out in this game what you put in. Don't leave any stone unturned.
Ruben Carver is a poor man's Usyk. He got the same kind of awkward feinting that Usyk does, and it throws this other guy off, and before the guy knows it, he's gotten too close to him for him to get out the way of his shot.
That's a great shout, because it's just so unpredictable. You don't know where them shots are coming from. Is it out of the southpaw stance, John? Is it out of the orthodox stance? Is his feet in the right position? He's one of those guys that seems to do everything so unorthodox, but yet is so effective.
Yeah, Flores was so quick out of his corner. He was positively chomping at the bit to get at Kid Cameron between those rounds. He was almost telling his cornerman to get out of the ring. I'm ready for it, I'm ready to go. But he's finding it difficult to tag him, and he gets through with a good right hand there. He's a tough guy, Rubalcaba.
To give Flores some credit though, Flores has landed some really good body shots, and I think that's what's allowing him to also have success to the head with Rubalcaba. Because Rubalcaba is very long, and he's very, like I say, he's awkward, so it's hard to time him. But if you hit his body first, then you get the head after.
Yeah, very difficult to pin down, but you're right, Roy. Flores just seems to be closing that gap now, doesn't he? Landing those shots. He's having a good little spell here. Is Flores. Rubalcaba moving around a lot, but he seems to be moving maybe a little bit too much. Like, you know, he's switching and working. Just a little slip there. No knockdown. Flores up very, very quickly, but yet just seems to be maybe overdoing the movement now. Is Rubalcaba.
Roy, I have a question for you. I know it was very rare that you ever fought a taller opponent in your career, but, you know, as I see Flores pressing forward, maybe John Ruiz was maybe, what, 2 or 3 inches taller than you?
Yep.
Now, what did you do? What was your strategy in order to get around that reach?
Depends on how good of a puncher or what kind of fighter he was. Most of the tall guys, you try to get close to them and crowd their reach so that they can't use their reach. Sometimes, though, you have to stay on the outside of it and fight them in close or way out. You'll either get too far away or too close to him.
And who do you have winning this fight so far?
I got Flores come back picking this round up.
Okay.
So after this round, if it goes distance, it'll be 2-1 Flores in my book right now.
Yep, can't deny that. I'm with you on that one as well, Roy. I think Flores winning the first and definitely winning this third round, John, and seems to be
came on strong in the closing stages, didn't he? Really did. And he started brightly. I think Kid Cameron took the second, but Flores again eventually getting into a rhythm and to an extent sapping the resolve of the taller man.
Well, Roy picked up on a valuable point there. He said Rubalcaba's are them unpredictable guys that seem to be very difficult to pin down. You know, like Alexander Usyk in many ways, but Rubalcaba, I think, he does a lot of stuff not even knowing that he's doing it, which makes him very, very awkward. And actually, Roy, he put himself in trouble there by spinning into shots. When you come off that line, you're talking about us, you know, coming off the line and working off the line, stepping to the sides and working the angles. He actually started doing it the wrong way at times there and turned into left hooks and stuff. So maybe a little bit too much overthinking.
Way too much overthinking or too much overmoving, like you said.
Yeah, great shout. Well, this one's a close one, but I think that, Flores, for me, winning this one 2-1. And Rubalcaba, he has to do something big here in this last round if he wants to get anything from it.
It's going to depend on who's catching the eye of the judges, and a good start.
Oh, good shot by Flores.
Folks, you're about to see the best round of the entire night. Definitely don't go anywhere, because both of these fighters know that this final round could very easily win them the fight. Neither one of them are going to be backing down. I guarantee you this is going to be a fantastic display of hand speed by these fighters that are fighting out of the super featherweight division.
Other problem Rubalcaba has is that he's not going to the body enough. He's only head hunting. Flores is looking to be a little bit tired, but if you beat his body, you can get him a little bit more tired. Yet Flores, on the other hand, has been going to Rubalcaba's body like that.
Good work again there from Flores, body and head. Rubalcaba bouncing up and down on his toes. That blood flowing again out of that eye over that right side, but Flores landing the good right hand of his own, banging his gloves together. He really fancies this one now, John.
He does, and I think that one of those left hooks that he threw in, a slashing sort of punch, it made that cut worse, and the blood has started to flow again.
What are you going to be doing if you're Flores right now and you see that blood coming down?
Well, that feeds you, that gives you energy, you know, even when you're feeling a bit tired and maybe like the fight's close, you see that cut and it's like, you know, it's like red to a ball, you know, and that's exactly what it is. And you can see that with Flores and that newfound energy, and he's targeting that shot all the time, looping that right hand over, but the left hook especially is being effective as well. And you just feel, guys, now that Flores has taken control of this fourth round as well, carrying those hands where he is now tells you he's oozing confidence in there right now.
He's bossing it, isn't he? Commanding centre ring, and he appears to be the one now who very much is forcing the pace, and the real genuine shots are coming from him. I think he's winning this.
Yeah, great shout, John. I think that Rubalcaba's got something massive to do here if he wants to get anything out of it minutes ago in this fourth and final round. And Flores just taking his foot off the gas. He's put a lot of effort into these first 3 rounds and into this fourth round as well, but he may be now thinking, you know what, I've got this in the bag now, let's not get silly, let's not do anything reckless, because I may have just done enough to win this one. It's been a great contest, a tough one, Roy, like Christian called.
They just threw a good right uppercut, those trying to get things over with, so he's not giving up on the knockout yet. Like that, he's throwing some really hard one shots now. He's not going at it with 3 or 4. He's throwing one big knocking out shot, trying to get him out of there.
And this was clearly Flores' round here. Asked away, it's going to be scored. I have it either maybe 38-38 or 39-37 in favor of Flores. Maybe a majority decision in favor of Flores.
Well, he certainly thinks he's won it, doesn't he?
Well, I certainly think Flores has done enough to win that as well. I think he won the first round. Rubalcaba come back into it well in the second round. A lot of movement, you know, peppering away with those shots. Caught Flores a couple of times, hurt Flores actually a couple of times. But for me, Roy Jones, Flores turning it round in those final 2 rounds and doing enough to win it.
I agree, 100%.
And look at his face there, he's looking banged up as well. It's not just the eye, is it? Look around the mouth damage there. He's taken a lot of shots. Undefeated, the taller man, the flashier man, you might say, that the more workmanlike attributes of Flores seem to have taken their toll.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we saw that. That's the reality of what boxing really is and how tough it is. You know, Roy Jones has been talking about why he picked Texas for this 6v6 England versus USA, and now I know. You know, they breed them tough down here, man. That's how they like it. And you know, the first 2 contests are anything to go by. Team UK, they got their hands full tonight for sure.
You better believe it. You better believe it.
I got it scored, you know, right now a majority decision in favor of Flores. It's going to be very close because, yeah, these were only 4 rounds, but high-paced, fantastic action here, South Texas style, brought to you here on TV Azteca, Texas. We are so thrilled that you are joining us. We've got 7 more exciting bouts to get to here tonight, here alongside the greatest, the GOATs, Roy Jones Jr., along with the champ Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Thank you, my brother.
And it looks like referee Humberto Zavala is calling the fighters into the middle of the ring. Let's send it right up there to Lupe Contreras with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, going all 4 rounds, title of Marines Promotion Boxing League, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Rogers scores about 39-37, and judges Lindsay and Escalona turn in identical scores of 40-36. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision.
El Diablo! Juan Flores!
Well, Chris, you called that one right.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's actually called the first two right. He said we could have a fight of the night, and I'll tell you what, that is going to take some beating, but I also know what our guys have got to do to win now, looking at that one, and what they've got to do, Roy, is they've got to show character. They've got to bite down on their gum shields, because it's clearly going to get tough for them in there. So I think we're going to maybe get a couple of contests like that, because I know my kids are willing to go, you know, through fire to try and get victory here. It means so much to them, but they are going to have to do that.
Well, we brought a lot of fire here for them to go through.
Yeah, you absolutely have.
Now, for those of you that are curious about the rules in regards to UK versus US, the way it's going to work is there's going to be 6 bouts between a UK and a US fighter. Now, the winner of the bout will get 3 points. If it's a draw, it's 1 point. And then if there's still a tie after all 6 of those bouts, it will go to whoever scored the most knockouts or knockdowns. We are in for an unforgettable night of international boxing right here on TV Azteca, and I cannot wait to see it.
Marines Promotions is FightZone. Continuamos.
I can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena, Ricardo Aguirre.
His opposition, Azteca.
We continue with the action here at the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium. It is the Transatlantic Clash, proudly presented to you by Marines Promotions, along with Fight Academy, CrossFit Brownsville, and Lone Star National Bank, our international sponsors. JJ Crump & Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel in Jersey, United Kingdom. This contest, set for 4 rounds or less in the lightweight division. Our judges are Nexus Novoa, Tom Lindsay, along with Tony Gonzalez. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with silver trim. He weighed in at an official weight of 131 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he enters the Marines Boxing Promotions ring in search of his first victory as a pro. Fighting out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Eduardo Aguirre. Across the ring, the red corner, wearing black with the colors of Texas and Mexico. He weighed in at already 131 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he follows in his family's footsteps with boxing in his blood and a record of 5 victories against 1 lone defeat, and one of his victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Palmview, Texas, and representing Reynosa Diaz, Tamaulipas, Jose El Mudo Tames. With final instructions, referee James Green.
Gentlemen, you got your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times. Obey my command at all times. Touch him up, back to your corners.
To give you a little bit of background on both fighters, Eduardo Aguirre, he was 0-4. He's been knocked out twice, and his opponent, Jose El Mudo Tames, is 5-1, has 1 KO. This one's probably going to be ending early on. We might see a devastating knockout here at the hands of Tames. Now, Tames, he was born in Palmview, Texas, raised in Reynosa, Tamaulipas, which is right across the border from where we're located right now. And he's now out of Mission, Texas, tip of South Texas here, and his opponent is from Oklahoma City. Now he's looking to feel his opponent out, but right now you can see Aguirre has his chin up, and I think that Tames, gentlemen, what do you think? I think Tames is looking to land that big solid shot, so we have a early knockout here.
Yep, Tames just trying to find his range, just trying to get him in there, and he'll be trying to select those shots. And like Aguirre looks very raw and looks like he's already gone into survival mode, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, this one's going to be ending early on. You can see a focused Tames that's just looking to land that solid shot. Aguirre looking to kind of dance around and survive. Do you think this one's going to end soon, Roy?
I don't know how soon it's going to end, because it looks like he's good at surviving. He's not here just to lay down and give up. But if Tames can stick to the body, he could get over with, but not early.
Yeah, Aguirre is one of those guys, like you say, Roy. He doesn't want to get stopped, and he's good at surviving, and that's, to be fair to him, he just stood there and tried to let some shots go as well. But Tames is clearly the better fighter of the two. Lovely uppercut on the inside there from Tames as well, John. But yeah, it does look like there's levels to this game and there's levels to this fight.
Yeah, he's starting to get him going a little bit, isn't there? Not much more than a minute to go in this opening round, and Tames has better moves, he's got better power, and there he goes, puts him down. And I don't think this fight is going to go very much further. I think this could be the end. Does he want to get up? Does he want to continue? Well, the referee's having a good look, and he says, yep, we'll have some more.
The problem is he got up, Roy, but he didn't want to get up. He wanted the referee to stop it, and you just feel that this stoppage is very close to happening.
He went down from a shot on the arm, actually. He didn't even get hit in the face.
The referee, James Green, is watching very intently, and he's getting ready to step in at any second right now. I'd be very surprised if this makes it to the second round, but just clear control for Tames. Focus, overhand right landing. He's in a bad spot right now. Aguirre's in a really bad spot. He's about to take a knee. Tames took his foot off the gas, and that's it. James Green waves the contest, and now we're 6-1, and
yeah, Christian, you just circled the paper, my friend. You said before the contest started, before the first bell rang, Spence, this fight will be over in a round. And guess what?
It's over in a round.
It's over in a round. Listen, you haven't got the lottery numbers on you, have you? You're going to give me the lottery numbers this week.
Maybe I should start playing, I don't know. But yeah, excellent performance now by El Mudo Tames. I've announced for him in the past, and just a very tremendous young man here. Lives in Mission, Texas. You could tell he did his homework, ready to go. And Roy, how much confidence do you have when you get a first round? I mean, I know it's kind of like sometimes the fighters are like, well, getting a first round knockout, I mean, yeah, it looks great on your resume because it causes that excitement, but at the same time, you're a little disappointed because, I mean, you wanted some more time in there. How should Thomas feel right now?
All depends. If he's coming off his first loss, that's a great comeback victory. You want to get over it quick, just get yourself back in the winner's bracket. If you just come going along and you were undefeated, it would be a whole different thing, because if you're undefeated, knocking out a guy that has not had a win.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 2 minutes 46 seconds of the opening round. Your winner by way of knockout, Jose El Mudo Tamez.
They call it a confidence builder.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And he's certainly gained some confidence from that first round knockout again. Another good victory under his belt there.
Well, for those of you that are now tuning in from the UK or all over the United States, we'd like to say welcome to our Transatlantic showdown here. We're going to be soon. I hope I don't have to separate the two coaches here. They've been civil thus far, but once the opening bell rings, I know how competitive both of them are. They're both former world champions, and I know things are going to get just really, really emotional. So I cannot wait to see the first ever UK versus US matchup here tonight live from Brownsville, Texas.
Let me explain it to you. It's not going to get bad because he and I have done all that we could do, which was to get them here. Now it's on them to do what they got to do. So me and him, our job is not to critique our fighters or critique one another's fighters. That's going to be the most important part and the most interesting part.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Roy. I think our job now is to sit back and enjoy what we're about to witness, because we both know we've got good, strong teams. May the best man win, may the best team win. This rivalry is always very, very healthy. You know, that team spirit brings out the best in fighters, because they don't only want to win for themselves, they want to win for their team, and they're patriotic, both fighters, both teams. You know, they're very passionate about where they come from, and victory means so much. But it's healthy. The rivalry is healthy. Me and Roy have done everything we can now. All we can now do is sit back with John Rawling, commentate on this fight with yourself, and enjoy what we see as a fantastic moment. And the idea of, you know, this concept is going to work so well, man, and we're going to do it again. It's going to continue back to London, York Hall in March. Then we're talking about coming to California in May. You know, we're looking forward to putting a different twist on things as well. But we start here with the 6v6, and boy, there's going to be some healthy competition in there.
I'm curious if we're going to see any UK flags in the crowd tonight.
Well, I think there's about 20 of them over, so. But listen, one thing we will get is some noise. Yes. That is for sure.
A legendary night of
Boxing, a historic event. It is a Transatlantic Clash. The best fighters from overseas in the United Kingdom, they have done away with the toughest opposition in Europe, and now they have their sights set on the USA. And of course, some of the best fighters from right here in the RGV, ready to defend America. It is the Transatlantic Clash. It has been months of planning, and inside the ring with me here this evening, we have some of the gentlemen who have made things possible. But before we move forward with that, we'd like to welcome a very special guest who is here with us this evening. Please welcome to the ring one of the top fighters from here in the RGV. He is known as El Inicio. Please welcome Jose Luis Sauceda.
Well, that's the rather magnificent trophy that they're fighting for tonight.
Absolutely, it is, John. Yep, Steve Krupp has had that trophy made, and he's beautiful.
Also joining us in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned,
who brought the amazing ring.
Months and months of communication and negotiations to make this event possible, representing the USA portion of those negotiations. We have the men from Marines Promotions. A round of applause in the ring. Joining us, we have the namesake Julio Marines, as well as Joe Castillo. And of course, we can't have a transatlantic clash from the team representing the United Kingdom. From Fight Academy, a big round of applause for Dennis Hobson, along with Steve Crump and John Tathaway. And I turn the mic over right now to Joe Castillo from Marines Promotions.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight, this evening. A very historic evening of boxing, the Transatlantic Clash, an event that took many years to eventually, come through. My good friend, Mr. Dennis Hobson, his partner, Steve Crump, and John from England. We thought about this for about 10 years, and we finally made it a reality. But this is just the first one. From here, we're going to go to London for the second leg. And after that, many more to come. But we have a birthday boy here. You all know him as El Inicio, Jose Luis Sauceda. It's his birthday. Let's wish him a happy birthday. He wants to say a few things.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to say a few things. These gentlemen right here behind me have done a lot for me. I'm gonna start off with Joe Castillo with Mid-Valley Boxing Academy, who was the first to believe that I wanted to change my life around, and he has truly invested everything in me, and we're going to the top slowly but surely. And also Julio Martinez, the second person to join Joe Castillo and my journey of helping me pursue my professional boxing career, who believes in me as well and is guiding me in the sport of boxing. I want to thank these two gentlemen for truly changing my life around in just the year that I've been a professional boxer. I'm currently 6-0 with 3 KOs, and I take my hat off to them, and I just want to say thank you so much. Last but not least, Julio's good friend, Dennis Hobson. I want to thank you for the second opportunity of going to the Grand Cayman Islands on November 2nd. I went for my third professional fight. I came out victorious, and we're doing it again. And I want to take my hat off to you and give you a big thank you for this second opportunity.
And ladies and gentlemen, representing Fight Academy from the UK, the aforementioned Mr. Dennis Hobson.
Do you want me to sing or do you want me to talk? No, I want to thank each and every one of you from the absolute fantastic reception, which was a fantastic welcoming from you guys. Everybody here in Brownsville has been an absolute class act, and we want to come back. Even though we're going to beat you guys tonight, we want you to calm down. It's all friendly rivalry. But you'll be welcome to come back to London and try and get the trophy back. Can't hear you. I want to thank you again, my great friends, Julio and John, for putting these great fights together. Joe Castillo, fantastic friends from the other side of the water. My great partner, Steve Crump, we've been blown away, like I said, with the hospitality. But this is where it ends. This is where this friendship ends for about the next 2 hours. So let's get it ready to rumble, someone once said. Thank you very much.
Let's get the action started, ladies and gentlemen. The Transatlantic Clash. And you can't have two great teams without two great leaders. We'd like to acknowledge the team leader for the United Kingdom. He is a renowned trainer and one of the most respected men in international boxing. A round of applause for Mr. Spencer Oliver. And heading Team USA, the one and only, the Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time, Roy Jones Jr. Let's get this battle started. Making his way into the arena for Team UK, Oliver Duffy.
Well, we've been waiting a while for this one, Spencer, and Oliver Duffy. He wouldn't be human if there weren't a few butterflies as he makes his way out here, 24 years old, undefeated.
As we await our fighters, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for El Inicio Sauceda. Who wants some merchandise from El Inicio? Get loud.
For some time, used to be trained by my father actually at the Finchley ABC, the great Finchley ABC, who's pulled through the likes of Derek Chisora, Darren Barker, Anthony Joshua, and Oliver Duffy was a product of Finchley as well, so know them very well, and looking forward to this young man getting this opportunity, because this is what he's been fighting for, this is what he's been looking for, and Roberto Pina is a good opponent.
I asked him, Oliver that is, why or how he came into boxing. He says, well, like many kids, I was obsessed with Rocky movies. When I was a little boy, my dad used to spar me. He'd get down on his knees and spar against me, and I just found I liked it. He said, boxing's fun. It's what I want to do. He said, I enjoy being hit.
Well, listen, there's a lot of insanity about anyone that gets into boxing. When you break it down and you go through the layers, and most people get into it at a young age. I was 7 years of age. Ollie Duffy actually was very young as well, and you think, well, as a kid, you get punched.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team United Kingdom, please welcome to the arena.
And he enjoyed it.
Oliver
and he went back, and his
Duffy.
dad Scott's done a great job with him. And you're going to see here, I've seen this young man develop over the years. Very likeable young man, he really is. And here he is doing his ring walk here. No music, but that's, you know, he's expecting that. He's prepared for this, you know. He knows that what he's coming into was going to always be a hostile crowd, but he is prepared, and he is a very, very, very likeable young man, this one, and I'm looking forward to this.
And he gets his music eventually. Looks nice and relaxed, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. Good team there, John Fuchs in the corner as well with him there.
It's going to be a good opener, this one, because Roberto Pina, he's
fighting for Team USA.
It's his ring entrance.
Roberto Pina.
Made his debut back in 2019. He's had 6 fights in just over a year, 3 in 2024. Last out in July, lost a decision to Julian Galvão Rojas. Only had 1 win in his last 5, but maybe better than his record suggests.
Well, he fancies it, you know, seeing him at the
from the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium, Brownsville, Texas. We kick off the Transatlantic Clash once again. Proudly presented to you by Martinez Promotions, along with Fight Academy, our proud sponsors, CrossFit Brownsville and Lone Star National Bank, our international sponsors. JJ Crumpet Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel, Jersey, United Kingdom. This contest, 5 rounds or less in the welterweight division. Scoring the action ringside, we have Luis Escalona, along with Tom Lindsay and Tony Gonzalez. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, representing the UK and proudly wearing white with red and blue. On the scale, he weighed in at a ripped and ready 143 3/4 pounds. And tonight, he crosses the Atlantic Ocean and puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 5 victories. One of those victories coming by way of KO. From North London, England, Oliver "Ollie" Duffy. In the red corner, representing Team USA, proudly wearing red, white, and blue. He weighed in at an official 146 pounds. Tonight, he enters the Martinez Boxing Promotions ring for the 9th time as a pro, with 2 victories against 5 losses and 1 bout even. fighting out of the RGV, Westlaco, Texas, Roberto Iña. With final instruction, referee Humberto Zavala.
Ladies and gentlemen, it started in April of 1775 when Paul Revere did his famous midnight run saying, "The redcoats are coming, the redcoats are coming," and now, I will quote him in a different way, the redcoats are here. Let the rivalry continue. Folks, you are in store for something extra special here tonight.
Five-rounders, these fights. The idea there is that you definitely get an outcome. Yeah. Who's going to make the fastest start? Important, I think, for both teams that they get momentum from this opening encounter.
Yeah, a lot on the line here, John, for both of these guys, for their teams, what they're representing, and more importantly, for their own victories. You know, this can be a moulding of a fighter boxing on foreign soil, you know, going into a hostile crowd like this, and that's what Ollie Duffy will be feeling. He's got to be careful though, got caught with a left hook there. He's got to be coming off that line, what Roy Jones was talking about earlier on, you know, throwing your shots, but you don't finish on the shot, Roy, you finish on the movement, and that could create another opportunity.
Yes, it could, because Ali just took a shot then that he didn't have to take, but Pina threw a good hook, and I'm glad to see that, because I was worried about with Pina's record, would he really come in and compete good, but he's competing really well early, and we'll see how he does.
Roy, you fought as a professional outside your home country, I don't know how many times as an amateur, but as a professional 4 times.
Yep.
Can you tell me what it's like to adjust yourself to the different weather and the different time zone?
It's very difficult with the time zone. With UK, it ain't so bad because it's only 6 or 7 hours. So 7 hours is not nearly as bad as the 9 or the or going to Russia or the 15 going to Australia. So you know, time zones are a little bit different, but the easier one to make is for the UK and the United States.
Now, Spencer, can you tell me how different it is as far as comparing the weather at this time of year and also that time zone change that I mentioned?
Absolutely. Listen, Roy's right in what he said. The boys have had time to acclimatise, you know, and adjust with the time zone as well. That's 6 hours. You know, I think that they were in the gym. I looked at them in the gym Wednesday. They were in the gym Thursday night as well, and they look good. You know, they're refreshed. They've been here a week, so they've taken this very, very seriously.
John, this is Oliver Duffy's first fight outside the United Kingdom. In your opinion, how are the UK fighters going to be affected by the change in time and atmosphere?
Well, they're fighting in effectively as away fighters, aren't they? So there's going to be pressure on there. But I think Duffy started pretty well in this opening round, and he gets a sneak right hand in there, which Pena really doesn't want to take. Pena responds with one of his own, and straight away a little bit of full-blooded action, Roy.
Yeah, full-blooded action. Like I said, I like Pena's jab. Surprised, I'm glad he's coming out and competing like he is, because a good shot. That's a very dangerous right hand that Duffy keeps coming down the pipe on, so anything can happen in this fight.
Well, he landed another good right hand there, Spenny, Duffy,
yeah.
And I think he's going to be fairly pleased with this opening round, despite the fact that he took that fairly flush left hook in the early stages, and Pena misses by a distance with that attempted overhand right hand.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Welcome back. We're heading for the second round now of our opening contest. Oliver Duffy on the left of the picture, fighting for Dennis Hobson's UK team. Roberto Pena Should say Spencer Oliver's UK team, shouldn't I? Spencer Roberto Pina for Roy Jones's United States team. Close round. Would you agree that Duffy took it, Roy?
Yeah, I think Duffy won the first round. He landed cleaner punches, although Pina did land two good hooks early, but Duffy came back and kind of outworked him towards the end of the round.
Yeah, that's a good shout. It was a close, competitive round, and Roy was right in what he said. Both guys are deciding to stand there and trade early and not much thought process going behind the defense mechanism. They're just loading up with the shots and they're both getting caught. So this fight could be won and lost right now. It's about who gets it right and who starts tightening up a little bit more defensively. But this is good work here from Duffy, and he got through with a shot there, and I think Pina felt that one. You just see him backing off for the first time, and Duffy now has him in a bit of trouble here.
He's got him in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah.
The end could be coming right now.
Not a good spot for Pina, Bones Pina right there. You can see Duffy's confidence growing as the fight goes on. He's been showing he's more the stronger of the two fighters. He's using that 1-2 combination and muscling his way to just the ring generalship. Pina's going to have to do something drastic right here, land a really solid shot or land a flurry here. It's going to be not even going to be getting out of the second round here. And a beautiful combination right there by Oliver. Looks like your team might get the first victory here tonight.
Yeah, I think so, and that might happen inside the distance if Roberto Pina doesn't start doing something and moving his head off that line, because he's taking big punishment here in round 2, and John's still 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock. This is big trouble here for Roberto Pina.
What Pina needs to do right now, though, is go to the body, because Duffy put out a lot of punches. Duffy is resting right now, and Pina's corner should be telling him to go to the body now, because Duffy threw a lot of punches trying to really get him out left just a minute ago, so Duffy has to regroup for a minute. Now he's starting to regroup and come back, but you let him regroup because you didn't go to his body.
Between rounds in the Ollie Duffy corner, John Fuchs was saying right hand's the key. Really plant your feet and go for that big right hand, and that's been his best punch of the fight so far, that right hand. But has he just blown himself out a bit in the early stages of this second?
No, he's okay. Just that right hand has been his shot, and he's got to take his time. But we want to see Pina come back. If Pina will go to the body, it will make a much more interesting fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what Ollie Duffy's doing here, is controlling the space of this fight, and that is controlling the pace. You know, the distance is perfect, so he's controlling when he wants to go for a walk, when he wants to nick a breather, and when he wants to let his shots go. So it's down to Roberto Pina to adjust here.
Now to a commercial.
¿Eres aficionado del fútbol? En Soccer Shop de la Plaza Mall encuentras artículos oficiales de tu equipo favorito, como jerseys del América, Chivas, Tigres y Rayados. Internacionales como Real Madrid, Barcelona, Al Nassr e Inter de Miami.
Somos Soccer Shop adentro de la Plaza Mall, al lado del área de comida. Ven a visitarnos.
El Chrome in the Sand Festival, 18 y 19 de octubre en la Isla del Padre. Acompaña a Paul Sr. de Orange County Choppers en la caravana de motos. En el viaje más grande del año. Prueba tu suerte en nuestra noche de casino y compite en el torneo de póker. Disfruta de boxeo profesional en vivo, expo de tatuajes, exhibición de autos y vota por la señorita Chrome in the Sand 2024. 18 y 19 de octubre, el segundo evento anual de Chrome in the Sand Festival.
The first round was close. Second round, Duffy dominated in the early stages, and probably at this stage leads by 2-0, Spenny?
Yeah, absolutely, and Roberto Pina recognises that, and he's decided now to roll the dice and go out there and take the fight and try and change the fight into his hands, because Duffy in control there in that last round, landing some big right hands. Pina is the one that has to change it, and he lands a big right hand there, and that was good for him, Roy, something that he maybe needed.
Yeah, but you got to keep pushing the issue. You can't let Duffy keep bringing the fight to him. If Duffy brings the fight for him, it's not going to end up good for him like that.
Now, if you're just now joining us, I do want to remind you this is a 5-round fight. This is a 5-round fight, so definitely keep that in mind as you are watching this. You know, the thing I'm most impressed about with Duffy is he doesn't look fazed by fighting in another country for the first time.
No,
he looks completely comfortable.
He doesn't, because they're representing their country and they want to win. I mean, come on. How could you be fazed by this? This is the big stage for you. This may be one of the biggest events he's been in as a professional.
Yep, and it's all about who gets that start and that first victory. It's going to be good team morale. It's going to give the spirits of that team a lift, and Ollie Duffy recognises that, and he's controlling this first round. That is for sure. He's controlling the space, finding the range with that jab, effective with the left hook as well. Lovely little uppercut on the inside from Duffy as well. And John,
that right hand there inside, you picked it up, and just for a moment it looks as though it stunned Pena, who's trying to regroup, bite down on his gum shield, trying to come back into this after Duffy, as in the last round, dominated the early stages. But I think that Duffy, as you say, is for the most part controlling things so far. Pena needs to win this round.
Oh, good work again from Duffy. Double jab from Duffy, sorry, double jab right hand. Hurts him in Pena. He's in trouble here. The referee is just taking a look.
He wants to see something coming back, and nothing is.
And Pena is a tough character. I don't know how he took all them.
And
took
referee
some good shots right there.
Humberto Zavala watching intently, about to jump in and stop it. If he doesn't answer soon, it's going to be a knockout victory for the UK team. But Pena now holding on, trying to wear his opponent down. But if Duffy's punch output continues, which it appears that it is going to be a knockout victory for the team from UK here with the first fight of the. Yeah, it's just looks like it's going to be a matter of time. Those combinations, the strong punches landed to the head of Bones Pena is just getting to be too much.
Yep. Massive pressure again there coming from Ollie Duffy, and Pena done well to get through that round. 10-second clacker goes, but it's been all Duffy, and Pena again in desperate trouble just as a bell goes. And what a round there, John, from Ollie Duffy. I mean, we thought he was taking control of the contest, but that one there was only moments away, surely, from being stopped.
Well, you have to actually give credit where it's due to the man from Donna, Texas, Roberto Pena, the way he managed to survive, because he was under enormous pressure at one stage, looked as though he was on the cusp of being stopped.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Roy, you know, what has Pena got to do now? How does he turn that around? Because you just sense that Ollie Duffy is growing in confidence all the time, and he's got that momentum, and that is difficult to break when a fighter slips into a rhythm. And for Duffy, he's in that rhythm. How does Pena turn it around?
It's very hard for Pena to turn it around, because Pena having more losses than he has wins, he's used to falling into that position of submission. So right now it's kind of hard for him. He fighting an undefeated guy who does not know how to lose. So it's very difficult to turn that around. Now, if he got the right kind of heart, he can, but it takes a big heart to turn that around.
Duffy on our card, 3 rounds up at this stage. Pena clearly needs a very, very big finish to this fight, and he starts with a solid left hand, but he's clipped as he comes in.
Yeah, caught with a big right hand, and I tell you what, Pena is starting to feel this now. He's systematically getting broken down, shot by shot. Accumulation of punches are starting to take their toll, and you look at the face of Roberto Pena, and you just wonder, is he going to make it to that final bell? And if Duffy continues like this, the stoppage could be close.
Oh, Pena's in a terrible spot right there in the corner right there, but he is fighting back.
Yes, he is.
And it looks like
he is fighting back. And Duffy better be careful, because Pena's really throwing some good shots at him still. You heard Duffy's corner just tell him, move your head. Don't just walk down the pipe, because Pena throwing a really good right hand at him. Look at him.
Yeah, he's certainly tough, Pena, and he's turning it around a little bit, or trying to anyway, by biting down on his gum shield.
That was good,
yeah, best punch of the fight for Pena.
You better believe it was the best punch he landed all night long. Since that first round, I should say.
And he's calling out to Duffy.
Yes.
He's talking to him there. He's trying to goad him to come in. He's got his gloves down low, and he shouts, come on.
I like it.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. That's what I'm talking about.
Showing real character in there, Roy.
Yeah.
Picked up a cut over that left eye now. That seems to be flowing down the side of his face. But yeah, well, impressive stuff from Pena, because he is showing that character mentally, psychologically, trying to turn it around for himself, and that shows great character character from a fighter.
And it shows us as viewers straight away and sitting at ringside here that this means something to these teams.
You better believe
really
it.
Does.
You better believe it. He's going deeper than the team than himself now. He's fighting for his team right now, and that says a lot.
Yeah, that blood seems to be flowing quite a lot, and the right hand went in again there. Pina felt that one, uppercut goes in, and Pina just seems in a spot of trouble on the ropes. Duffy turned it around again. Big right hand over the top. This is great work here from Duffy. Referee's looking close here.
Pina got good defense though, and Pina got a big heart.
How bright,
look at that. A big defense and a big heart. Look at that. That's a heart, son. I don't care. Nobody tell me this is what we came, this is what we paid to see. This is a guy with a losing record fighting like he's a winner. This is what we want to see. This is what team camaraderie does to you sometimes.
Good uppercut inside there again from Pina, and the crowd's absolutely getting into this one. They love it, and this has been a tremendous round.
Yeah, brilliant round from both guys. They're both having their successes, both biting down on their gum shield. This is what we said it was going to be. Myself, Roy Jones, when we talked about doing this, making these matches, it doesn't matter what the kids' records are. It's all about what they're fighting for, and Pina just showed us that there, Roy. He bit down and he come back and he made a fantastic round of it there.
You better believe he did. Just what I said, he had to show a lot of heart to do that, and he did exactly that.
You know, I think we would all have to agree that Pina does need at least a knockdown or a knockout in order to be successful in this fight, because I would probably say that it's been 10-9 from the young man from the UK ever since the opening bell. I mean, Pina's had his moments, but each round was won by Duffy. So right now in the corner of Bones Pina, they're saying you got to go for it this round right here. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be a very high pace, high intensity, because we haven't really seen any types of fatigue from either fighter here in the opening contest of the Transatlantic Clash.
Motivational words in both corners, trying to stir their man up for one final huge effort in this last round. I was interested at the end of the fourth. I think Pina wanted to touch gloves with Duffy and say, yeah, well, great.
Oh, good right hand by Pina.
Yeah, massive right hand there. Duffy's got to be careful, but he comes back with some good shots of his own, and I tell you what, guys, he's going to leave it all on the line here in this final round. Pina knows he needs the knockout. Duffy has to be careful. Keep that right hand up.
He better, because Pina is trying to get that knockout.
Pina's never had a knockout, but if he lands more shots like that one he did a few moments ago, then it's a very real possibility. And the referee saying just tidy it up.
Yeah, it's getting rough, it's getting tough, and it's getting physical in there, and that's what happens.
Good right
Pina.
hand.
Yep, he's starting to find the range with that shot. Duffy needs to keep that left hand high. And again, letting shots go. Both boys really giving the crowd what we wanted, what we expected. Duffy working well on the inside, but Roy, look at this action.
Big action. This is what we're looking for. This is what the fans deserve in boxing.
Terrific opening minute to this final round, which Pina surely has to win if he's going to have any chance of taking this contest.
Well, he's going to need to do something drastic if he wants to win this one. He needs to throw everything and the kitchen sink in there right now. Roll the dice, knock out or get knocked out, because that's where he's at now, because if this goes to points, Duffy gets the victory.
Referee telling Duffy off, I think, for a little bit of pulling his man on, a bit of holding.
That blood flowing quite freely down the side of Pina's face.
Good try. Good try by Pina.
And right now we have less than a minute and a half left to go in the first out of the Transatlantic Clash. Beautiful 1-2 combination, then followed up by a big uppercut, and he looks like he's going to be ending it right here if he can get Pina in the corner. But Pina got out of that bad spot, and now he's going to be able to survive probably throughout the rest of the fight and in the fight on his feet. But now Duffy with a beautiful uppercut to the jaw, but Pina is just so tough, and he came here to win this fight.
Yeah, Pina takes a hell of a punch. Good shot. Pina takes a hell of a shot and throws a hell of a shot.
Yep, he's going for it here, Pina. Both boys starting to feel the pace now. Fatigue definitely setting in for both of them. It's now becoming a mental battle as opposed to the physical one, because psychologically now it's about who wants it. Both boys feeling it. Big 1-2 there from Duffy. turning it on. Great work, great action here, John.
What a tremendous opening fight this has been for the Transatlantic Clash, and we're into the last 20 seconds. Duffy goes in, lands a couple of big right hands. Pino covering up well though. Slipped the shot and tried to come back off the ropes, and lands one coming in. That's another big right hand from Duffy. This is terrific toe-to-toe action, right the way up to the final bell.
Way to fight.
What a good fight that was.
Yes, it was.
Yep, exactly. Well, we kept talking about how competitive this was going to be, and it was competitive. The contest was competitive, but Ollie Duffy has definitely done enough to win there. What a performance there from Ollie Duffy, winning every round on my scorecard. But that doesn't tell the story of the contest, because Roy, I want to throw this one over to you. Roberto Pina, you picked that kid, and that was a great choice because he showed heart, grit, character, determination, ticked all the boxes.
And I don't mind losing a battle like that, because though he had the worst record coming in, he came out and still fought like a champion, gave me all he had, and I'll take that all day long.
Well, anxious moments while the cards are totted up, but I can tell you that the whole of the British team came round and had celebratory fist bumps with Spencer Oliver as they made their way back up into the ring, and I think everybody in the British camp thinks that that is a winning start.
Yeah, I think that, you could have given maybe, well, I didn't give Pina a share of a round, but they were all very...
The fourth was close,
you maybe could have given him a share of one round, but listen, there's one clear winner there. Young Ollie Duffy, he boxed brilliantly. Yeah, he was taking too many right hands, didn't move off the line maybe enough, and I'm very ultra critical, because you go back a long way with that kid, over a relationship with him. My late father trained him, so there's a big connection there with him. So every time I see Ollie, I want to see him do well, and boy did he do well tonight.
Well, the referee waiting centering to draw both men together. Here they go, and in a moment we will get the verdict. Is it going to be a winning start for the British team?
Five-round war. We consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Can we face it? Judges Escalona and Gonzalez turn in identical scores of 49-46, and Judge Escalona scores about 50-45. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. From Team UK, Ollie Duffy.
Oh, what a great start, and a fight that he pretty much announced his intentions right the way from the opening bell. A dominant performance. Pina, plenty of bravery, plenty of guts, and at times he landed some telling shots of his own. But that's a fine opening for Team GB.
Absolutely, Team GB. It's always great to get off to that first victory, get off to that big start, and he delivered there, Ollie Duffy. What a performance, though, taking nothing away from Roberto Pina. And you look at some of the action in that round, both guys having their successes. There we see the right hand going over the top, heads coming close together there. But yeah, both guys having successes in that contest, Roy. This is what it's all about. This is what we were talking about, man. Delivering for the fans, bringing boxing back to states like Texas. What a great concept.
Putting guys in, putting their back against the wall with a little pressure, make them come out and give the fans what the fans deserve. All out everything.
Well, just to let everybody at home know that it is now 3-0 in favor of the UK
Clash
team.
Entering the arena,
there's going to be 5
representing
more
Team UK.
US clashes.
Please welcome
back up to,
Arnie Dawson.
Arnie Dawson from Clacton in Essex. He's got some family members who come over with him from the Holland Shore Amateur Boxing Club. Trained by Big Gareth Bayford, who owns the Seconds Out Gym in Clacton, which he founded in 2020. Arnie's been boxing since he was 11 years old. His last fight was a points victory against a journeyman, Lee Hallett, back in April. And tonight he's in his 4th contest. 1 technical knockout to his name, and he's positively bouncing into the ring. Fist pumps Spencer Oliver as he walks past, so anxious to get into the ring, he almost fell up the step.
Yeah,
but he's ready.
He's ready, man. They're pumped up. I told you, these kids, they want it so much. They're so grateful for this opportunity, but they haven't come here to fight, they've come here to win.
Roberto Castro's a local lad from Hartington, just down the road, works in a fast food shop when he's not boxing. Been a pro since 2017, took a break from the sport when his brother was tragically shot and killed, but boxing has helped him get over that. His father proudly will be here at ringside somewhere, cheering his son on, and this is a big moment, Roy, for Roberto Castro.
Yes, a big moment for him, big comeback moment for him. Let people see what he still got in the tank, and let's see what he can make of himself.
Well, looks nice and confident on that ring walk, doesn't he? He's there, he's up for it, he's bouncing, he's warm, he's ready, John.
I didn't think he looked great at the weigh-in yesterday. Looked as though he'd actually really struggled to get down to the weight, Roy, but he looks okay now.
Looks better today, yes.
Yep, it's amazing what that 24-hour rehydration can do, as you're right. You know, it was a real struggle for him to make this weight, I know that, but he looks rehydrated, he looks good, he looks confident, and he's ready, that is for sure.
He was beaten actually narrowly last time out in July against Rigoberto Rivera in a majority decision. When his comeback fight back in March, he won then as a welter. But he's a confident lad, and
we continue with bout number 2 of the Transatlantic Clash, once again proudly presented to you by Martinez Promotions, along with Fight Academy and our sponsors, CrossFit Brownsville, Lone Star National Bank, our international sponsors, JJ Crump & Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, as well as La Hall Manor Hotel, Jersey, United Kingdom. This contest, 5 rounds or less in the welterweight division. Our judges ringside scoring the action. We have Nexus Novoa, Lee Rogers, and Tony Gonzalez. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner and representing Team United Kingdom. He enters the ring wearing white with brown trim. He weighed in at the chiseled 138.5 pounds, and tonight he puts his undefeated record on the line of 3 victories. One of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Clacton, Essex, England, the Terminator, Arnie Dawson. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing American red, white, and blue, he weighed in at an official 144.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters the Martinez Promotions ring, representing Team USA for the 4th time as a pro, with a record of 2 victories against 1 lone defeat. Fighting out of Harlingen, Texas, Roberto Castro. A referee, James Green.
Well, just by his entrance, Castro looks very confident. He was dancing.
This is going to be good on this side. Okay, you got your instructions in the dressing room.
Very comfortable in there. Now he's from Harlingen, Texas. We're currently in Brownsville, but by the way the Rio Grande Valley is made up, a lot of the cities are connected, and it's connected to Harlingen. That's why you had such a rouse in the crowd This is going to be a 5-rounder in the super lightweight division. Referee James Green getting ready to start this contest, and let's see what's going to happen.
Well, Castro's surely going to respond to the tremendous reception he got from the crowd, and they are trying to rev him up, and there's a good opener. Right hand landed flush and a left hand as well, and he's really going in there looking for Dawson in these opening stages.
Yep, Dawson's got to be careful, standing very tall, left hand held low, and Castro looping those shots over. They're the dangerous shots for someone that stands in front, who is back straight there, Roy.
Yep. For a guy that's tall like that, you got to look for the looping shots. That was a great shot by Castro coming in, but he just woke Arnie up, I believe.
Yeah, agree with that. Arnie just seemed to respond well to it, to be fair. He's got those long levers, carries a bit of power in his punches as well. Landed a good left hook there, and now right hand going through as well there from young Arnie Dawson.
Castro will have rehydrated from his scales problems yesterday, and actually in the ring may very well be a significantly heavier man, although Dawson is by some distance the taller.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can tell straight away here in this opening round, though, this is going to be a very competitive contest. Dawson very good at range, works well behind that jab. Those straight right hands through the middle are always a difficult shot to stop, but that's the danger shot right there for Dawson. That right hand over the top, looping right hand.
Beautiful overhand right by Robert Castro right there. Comes into this fight 2-1. A very emotional fighter because he does want to bring awareness to the tragic death of his little brother who was shot and killed at just age 15. He is fighting, it's called Justice for Ricky, his little brother. Now he mentioned that he knows his opponent is tall, so the game plan is to stay between shots and smother him and throw feints. We're going to see who has the advantage. Is it going to be the taller fighter from the United Kingdom or Robert Castro? Pretty even contests here in the first round in the feel-out feints.
I tell you what, Arnie Dawson just starting to take control of this now, though. His shot selection, he's found his range, found his rhythm, and he's letting those shots go. The left hook that he's throwing is a good shot as well, but then a little right hand over the top, and I think that Roberto Castro felt that shot.
He definitely felt that shot. I think Arnie did a good job going to the body is what he did.
The left hook went in there as well, and Castro, little smirk, and you know, Roy, when a fighter smiles like that, generally means he's been hurt.
Yep.
Beautiful left hook landed.
The body shot.
By the Terminator. Arnie Dawson goes by the Terminator, 3-0, one knockout from Clacton, United Kingdom. Now, he says he's been sparring with a lot of good, heavier, undefeated fighters, and right here, I mean, this has been a back-and-forth battle, just a fantastic second
body shot hurt him badly there.
Yeah.
Castro was hurt badly with that, and Arnie Dawson, look at him there, he's oozing confidence, and Castro under immense pressure. John, I've got to bring you in here. He was under...
¿Por qué buscamos el reconocimiento de los demás? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar nuestras relaciones? Si te preguntaran, ¿quiénes son las 3 personas que más amas? ¿Estarías tú en esa lista? Una sólida autoestima es el cimiento de nuestro potencial. El libro Haz de amarte tu arte es un llamado a la comprensión y aceptación de uno mismo con nuestras cicatrices y nuestra luz, para incrementar la autoestima y el amor propio con caricias psicológicas. Soy Rocío García Lara y te invito a incrementar tu autoestima y tu amor propio.
You feel that for a number of rounds afterwards when you get hit in that same shot.
Makes it very difficult to recover, and when you know your opponent had to struggle to make weight, you know right away you must attack his body. A very smart thing that Arnie Dawson did.
Round number 2, we got a highly competitive out here at the Jacob Brown Auditorium, coming to you live from Brownsville, Texas, a part of the Transatlantic Clash. Now, Arnie is now trying to use his reach. He said he wanted to use the height to his advantage right here. Now both fighters tying up. Now clearly Castro needs to get on the inside and maybe land a solid shot to the chin of the young man from Great Britain with Texas on his shorts. You see that. A big right hand now from the Terminator, looking to capitalize on that. But so far been a very even-spirited fight.
Yeah. Arnie trying to get back to that body again. He wants to land those body shots again. I feel like Castro is throwing his shots a little too big, and if he's not careful, he's going to run into one of Arnie's shots because Arnie's shots are straight down the pipe or good body shot by Arnie. That body shot hurt him again.
Yeah, Castro really felt the weight of that shot. He's bending over here. Oh, lovely shot to the body again. Right hand goes in, and you just feel that he's starting to crack a little bit here, Castro. You just feel that the body shots, John, are starting to take their toll.
They absolutely are. Castro bravely coming forward, but if he has had problems in weight making, then those body shots are going to take a toll, and he lands another big one there, Dawson. This is bravery from Castro. You'd expect that in front of his home crowd. He needs to get back because Dawson clearly won the opener, but Dawson again is starting to get to him.
That was a good shot by Castro right there, overhand right, finally landed. He needs something like that to gain his confidence, or to give him more confidence, because right now Dawson is full of confidence.
Yeah, the problem with Castro is he's trying to close that space with his hands, and he needs to move his feet in range to get in the pocket, then let his hands go. Dawson at the moment seeing those looping right hands coming over because he's not moving his feet in range. That's a big problem for Castro.
Minute to go now in the second round. Sorry, Roy.
Castro also looks like a guy who struggled with weight because he looks just a tad bit slower than Dawson. Dawson a little bit slicker because you can tell he didn't fight with the weight as much. But when you see guys slow like this, they have a really hard time making weight, and it takes a lot out of them, and it shows come fight night.
Now Castro is starting to home for that looping right hand to the temple of the taller Dawson right there, and it looks like he's going to be continuing that. And right now Dawson needs to raise that left hand to block it, but right now those looping shots, if he can land them, he could get the knockdown and change the tide of this fight.
No, I don't see that right now. I think that the body shots are taking their toll actually on Roberto Castro. He's the one. See that again, body shots gone in. He's in desperate trouble here, Castro.
Yep.
You really see the wincing on his face. Right hand goes in as well. Body shots. He's in desperate trouble.
And he shook his head as that big right hand landed in the body, as much as to say, I'm not hurt, which almost invariably means I am.
Yep, the body shots are hurting him bad, but he's still fighting, showing a big heart, and he's continuing to come forward, so that's what he got to do.
And then Dawson just using that reach beautifully, the 1-2 combination definitely finished that round very.
Vienen decididos a resurgir en una batalla en la que no habrá tregua. Por sus venas corre la furia de una leyenda, pero derrocar a un ex campeón olímpico es otro nivel. Disfruta este combate narrado con el entusiasmo que caracteriza al Box Azteca Team. Omar Chávez contra Misael Rodríguez. Próximo sábado a las 11 por Azteca 7. La hora de demostrar la garra azteca. La euforia que despierta la selección mexicana es única. Disfruta de estos grandes duelos con el Club Azteca Team. El 12 de octubre a las 6:50, México-Valencia. Y el 15 de octubre a las 8:20, México-Estados Unidos por Azteca 7.
Well, we've got Arnie Dawson for the British team ahead here against the local man, Roberto Castro. We're coming into the third round of this fifth rounder. And would you agree, Dawson, a couple of rounds up?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just feel that Dawson's going to get this stoppage inside the distance. Castro showing incredible bravery, landing that right hand over the top. And he's rolling the dice here, Castro, is what he's got to do, because Dawson just getting to him with those body shots. Big right hand there from Dawson. Castro felt that one.
And that's why I said the big wide shots open them up for the straight shots from Dawson. That's dangerous. But he does have to roll the dice and go for broke here because he's losing, trying to box with the taller fighter.
Well, he's trying to
like
punch his way back in with big left hands like that one. Dawson takes it well, though.
Yep, Dawson come back with a lovely uppercut, just missed it wildly with that hook. Luckily for Castro, because Dawson has started to sit down on these shots now. He's really winging them, showing a great shot selection. Body shot there!
Now hang on. He put him down with the left hand to the body, and there were two shots to the head which landed after he'd gone down, and the referee's going to give him time. Now what's the ref, an experienced ref, James Green, what's he going to do about this? What do you make of that, Roy?
He's fine, but they should have gave him a warning at least, because I mean, he didn't say stop, so you got to say stop. You should have said stop right away.
Body shot again there, and we're moments away from the stoppage here, guys. Castro in desperate trouble. Body shot again, and he can't take no more here. Referee doing the right thing in jumping in. What a win there from Arnie Dawson. what a performance, what a win. That knockdown when he landed the shots on the floor, he was throwing them though, the momentum of the shots were already in action. The referee very experienced. I think he recognised that. That was unintentional, that.
The body shots were savage.
Yeah.
And every fighter, these two have done it at a higher level than most. Any fighter will tell you that body shots, the pain and the damage, it stays.
Agony, they call it.
Well, fantastic performance by the Terminator, who's now 4-0. He's 4-0 with 2 KOs, and came over here to the United States, not intimidated. I mean, just ready to go. And now it is 6-0 with the UK in the lead, and now we have 4 more UK-US bouts to come, and the action is just going to continue to get hotter. But it looks like you might be looking for a new mantle.
Christian, I need you to explain a little something to me. Did you say 3 points for the victory? And what do we get for the KO?
3 points for the victory, no matter how it comes. If it's a draw, it's 1 point.
Okay.
If it's going to be tied at the end of the 6 bouts, it's going to go to knockdowns and knockouts.
Right. Understood.
So that's going to be rare.
Understood. I'm getting excited. Perhaps I wanted more points. This is a great start from me for the team. I think that both the Americans that have lost here have shown incredible heart and determination. That was a performance. That was a savage performance from Arnie Dawson. It really was. The execution of those body shots, first class, they really were. But Castro showed a lot of bravery, but in the end, Roy just couldn't take any more of that.
No, like I said, I think the weight did a number on him yesterday, and along with that, Arnie Dawson had the sense and the audacity enough to go to the body and make the most of it.
What's up? All right, now let's throw it up there to Lupe Contreras with the official decision.
He's got a mic problem. We know who's won. And he won spectacularly.
Yeah, what
Ladies and gentlemen, inside of the Marinas Promotions ring, a series of unanswered blows obligates referee James Green to stop this contest with an official time of 1 minute 33 seconds of round number 3, declaring the winner by technical knockout. Still undefeated from Team UK, the Terminator, Arnie Dawson.
Congratulations to the young man Dawson, only 21 years old, flying across the pond and getting the victory and staying undefeated. I see a fine future for that young man. And now as the action continues live on TV Azteca, Texas, we are going to be getting to the third bout of the evening, the third UK-US bout with this exciting evening. Who's going to come home with the trophy? I don't know.
Brilliant, brilliant. You switched on, you turned it around.
Terrific.
Brilliant.
Well done.
Well done.
Raise your hand. Los guantes de Roy Jones Jr., autografiados especiales del boxeador Lupi Garanado.
What? Oh, brilliant. There you go, mate. Yeah.
What was that?
They're enjoying it back home.
You know, good to see you. Thank you, brother.
We continue with our next bout of the Transatlantic Clash, making his ring walk. For Team UK, Mason Dickinson.
Mason Dixon, who likes his spaghetti westerns, the 23-year-old from the Manor Estate in Sheffield. Tough lad. big football fan.
Yeah.
He in his corner, his dad as well, big Sheffield United fan, a man of great taste.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, John. That's a conversation for another time, I think, when we're talking about Sheffield United. But yeah, this is a great opportunity here for this young man, Mason Dickinson, and we, again, seen him in the gym the other day, oozing confidence.
He's a great story, this lad. Lacked confidence as a child, in boxing since he was 11 years old. Away from boxing, he works as a teaching assistant and he works with kids who have special needs. And I know for a fact that at that Brantwood school in Netheredge, this lad is regarded already as a bit of a hero.
Yep, what a ring walk he's had there as well. Looks the part, doesn't he? Let's hope he fights as well as he looks.
His opposition, representing Team USA, Carlos Rodriguez.
Carlos Rodriguez from La Paz in Mexico, 27 years old, comes into this on the back of 4 defeats though. Knocked out in April in 2 rounds by a Canadian prospect, Derek Pomelo. The United States, goes without saying, need a win.
Yeah, this is the
we need a win, but we're not put against the best opposition here. We don't have undefeated fighters. They got undefeated fighters, so it makes it a little bit different here.
We continue with the Transatlantic Clash here at the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium. Brownsville, Texas, proudly presented to you by Martinez Promotions, along with Fight Academy, and being sponsored by CrossFit Brownsville, along with Lone Star National Bank. Our international sponsors, JJ Crump & Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel, Jersey, United Kingdom. This contest, 5 rounds or less in the middleweight division. Our judges scoring the action ringside, we have Luis Escalona, Tom Lindsay, along with Lee Rogers. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing brown with silver trim. On the scale, he registered a ripped and ready 156.5 pounds. Tonight, against his most experienced opponent, he puts his undefeated record on the line of 5 victories. One of those victories coming by way of KO. From Sheffield, England, Mason Dynamite Dickinson. Across the ring, the red corner, representing Team USA, he enters wearing blue with gold trim. He weighed in officially at 157.5 pounds. Tonight, this 30-fight veteran enters willing to go to war in the Transatlantic Clash, fighting out of Westlaco, Texas, y puro San Luis Potosí, Mexico, Carlos Mohamed Rodriguez. With final instructions, referee Tyrone Parker.
Now I want to point something out about Rodriguez. You see.
All right, gentlemen, you had your instructions in the dressing room. Let's keep it clean, obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. Punches here and up are good.
He
and up are good. Touch him up.
When I announced
Good luck.
he pushed that fight with Monroe, and he just lost barely by majority decision. So don't let his record fool you. In Mexico, the fighters are allowed to turn pro at age 14, 15. And so you can see a little bit of a deception in their record right here. This is going to be a better fight than most people have anticipated.
Dickinson almost raced across the ring there to be into position to try and control the early stages of this. Product of the Titans Boxing Gym in the Gleedless area of Sheffield. And we asked him about what he felt about performing for his country, whether he thought that it was a pressure situation, and he said pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong, is he? Not at all. He's certainly not wrong. You know, he's fancied this one as well. He said it was all about the opportunity again, and you know, and the memories, creating the memories for him. This early on in his career, he feels it's a huge opportunity, and he wants to take that opportunity with both hands.
The 5-0 Dickinson looking to be 6-0 tonight, 23 years old. He said that this opponent here, Rodriguez, is his biggest challenge to date, but he believes in no risk, no reward. He's just going to focus on his game plan. He's been boxing since he's 11 years old, and it's always been a dream of him to travel doing what he loves. Pretty even first round right here, as both opponents are feeling each other out right here, looking to get this party started.
Yeah, a lot of respect going in from both guys. Rodriguez landing a nice shot there though. Got off, found the range, just looking to count on the outside, Rodriguez, and that's where he's dangerous. Dickinson has to be careful there, Roy.
Yeah, Rodriguez landed some good hard shot, one shot that is, but Dickinson got to be careful coming straight down the pipe.
Yeah, not enough lateral movement from Dickinson after he's throwing his shots. His hands are carried quite low, so that gives Rodriguez that opportunity to loop those shots over, as the Mexicans do. They seem to loop them and they go out of the peripheral vision of the hand. They're very the hard shots to stop, so Dickinson has to be smart with his defense here, John.
Right now, Dickinson trying to put his opponent in the ropes right here. Got him in a bad spot right here. And the young man from La Paz, Baja, California, now fighting out of Weslaco, is looking to get in better position, but right now Dickinson controlling the ring thus far.
Dickinson got a quick coming up so quick after the combination, or you're going to run into that left hook, and it's going to be a bad night for him.
Yeah, he looks dangerous, doesn't he, Rodriguez? Yeah. He's there on the counter, he's waiting for Dickinson to come in, so Dickinson has to be a little bit educated about this pressure now, try and use his imagination, shot selection, set a few traps maybe, and try and open up the cagey Rodriguez, who has got that experience and is very quick on the counter and is getting success with that.
That was another good left hand from Rodriguez. You saw it jerk back the head of Dickinson, who's found that this is a very, very live opponent. Good shot, he almost went down. Big right hand, and another. He's in trouble here, Dickinson.
And referee Ty Parker stepping in to give a standing 8 count. He's not calling the fight. He is not calling the fight. It's just a standing 8 count.
These legs are in terrible trouble here, Mason Dickinson. They're still very shaky. He's all over the place. Referee's asking to walk forward. Roy, I'm not sure. He's well here.
And the bell saving.
Well, I think they were in the corner ready to throw the towel in then. They haven't done. The fight will go on.
Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Dona, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Rome in the Sand Festival, 18 y 19 de octubre en la Isla del Padre. Acompaña a Paul Sr. de Orange County Choppers en la caravana de motos. En el viaje más grande del año. Prueba tu suerte en nuestra noche de casino y compite en el torneo de póker. Disfruta de boxeo profesional en vivo, expo de tatuajes, exhibición de autos y vota por la señorita Chrome in the Sand 2024. 18 y 19 de octubre, el segundo evento anual de Chrome in the Sand Festival.
Punch that landed was a looping overhand right to the temple of Dickinson, and that's what stunned him so bad into the ropes. And can Rodriguez continue with the same momentum in round number 2?
Well, he's got that experience, Rodriguez, isn't he? He's not going to do anything silly. He's just holding his ground. He's waiting for Dickinson to come onto him to make those mistakes, and he will make him pay like he did in that first round.
And a solid right hand to the jaw of Dickinson, and now he's just going really hard on those looping, and another right hand right there looking for the knockout here in the second round.
And Dickinson is still coming in trading, so he got his chin back, so that's what I meant when I said if he's in good condition, his legs would be back. He just took 2 shots that if he wasn't in good condition, that right hand would have dropped him.
Yeah, great shot there by Roy Jones Jr. Called it pretty much as it was. Took 2 big shots there. So he has recovered, Dickinson. But how much more can he take of that sort of shots? He's got to be careful. He's got to be a thought process behind his work ethic here, John, because he's walking in straight lines and he's getting caught on the counter.
And he's waiting, isn't he? He's not going to commit himself now as he did earlier on and got himself caught in that opening round. And Rodriguez is just waiting for him to come because he knows now that if he makes a mistake and he catches him, he certainly can be hurt.
Both men tying up now. It looks like Dickinson has recovered right now. Just another thrilling fight here on TV Azteca, Texas, coming to you live from Brownsville, Jacob Brown Auditorium. This is the third fight in the UK-US Clash, Transatlantic Clash, and Rodriguez has been in control since the first round, but right now Dickinson is gaining his legs back, and he is looking to back his opponent up into the ropes, almost looking like he's getting control of here this second round.
Yeah, but Rodriguez is dangerous on that counter. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's waiting for Dickinson to come in, and he's going to wing those right hands over and those left hooks, and he gets a lot of power in those shots, like that one there. Exactly that. Dickinson, right hand again, just sends Dickinson stumbling back, but Dickinson has to be careful here. There's no defense as he's coming in, and that is the big problem for him, John.
He's getting the fight away with the big shots.
30 seconds to go in this second round, and Rodriguez is now going out there looking for the big punches again in the closing stages of this round. And is Dickinson going to be able to keep him off? Left hand from Dickinson catches Rodriguez. Oh, big right hand from Rodriguez.
Followed by a left hook. Wow!
Dickinson sometimes is his own worst enemy.
Why is that, Roy? Could you explain?
When he gets hit, he runs in and tries to get it back, and he gives up even more. Every time he gets caught one big shot, he runs in trying to get it back, and he gives up another shot.
We're going to go to a quick commercial. We'll be right.
¿Por qué buscamos el reconocimiento de los demás? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar nuestras relaciones? Si te preguntaran, ¿quiénes son las 3 personas que más amas? ¿Estarías tú en esa lista? Una sólida autoestima es el cimiento de nuestro potencial. El libro Haz de amarte tu arte es un llamado a la comprensión y aceptación de uno mismo con nuestras cicatrices y nuestra luz, para incrementar la autoestima y el amor propio con caricias psicológicas. Soy Rocío García Lara y te invito a incrementar tu autoestima y tu amor propio.
Well, the referee went over and had a long look at Mason Dickinson, and I think he was worried whether or not Dickinson still had enough in him to continue. He's had a look and he's allowed the fight to go on, but as we go into the third round, Dickinson clearly could be on the verge of a first professional defeat.
Yep, needs to do something big here to turn this around, Dickinson. He's got to defend it slightly better. The left hand's carried too low, and with someone like Rodriguez and his experience, who carries power in either hand, and Christian called it earlier and said he's a lot better than his record would suggest. Well, he definitely is. 15 wins, 14 losses with 1 draw. You would say he was a much better fighter than the record suggests, and we're finding that out.
Overhand.
Big right hand again, and Dickinson in trouble here, Roy.
Referee's having a very close look at this. If Dickinson goes into any sort of real trouble here, I think he's poised to step in. Rodriguez fancies, I think, that the end is near, and this would be a big win for the USA.
Dickinson does not believe in getting hurt. He doesn't care when he gets hurt. He's just, like I said, he's so eager to try to get it back that he runs into a second shot.
Yep, no thought process behind what he's doing, and he has to be more educated than that with someone like Rodriguez, who has that experience and he's dangerous and knows when to throw those shots.
Rodriguez's best punches have been those looping rights and lefts to the temple of Dickinson. That's where he's been having his most success. You know, I think that this round we're going to probably be seeing a knockout or early in the next round, but right there, straight right hand was a very solid shot right there, gaining confidence. Rodriguez has won the first 2 rounds, and he's looking to land that big looping right hand to the temple, or to the jaw of Dickinson. Dickinson, you can't help but like the guy. I mean, he works with at a specialist school. He's a teaching assistant. He said the whole school has his back. Now, this is his second fight over traveling abroad. His last fight, he was in July. He got a win in Malta. It was a first round KO win. But right now, it looks like Rodriguez is going to be handing him his first professional.
Well, you can't count over yet. You can't count over yet because he's still in the fight. He's still doing pretty good. He's not doing bad. Just that Rodriguez is such a devastating puncher that if he keeps running down the pipe like that, yes, Rodriguez will catch him. But if he stays outside and boxes and don't let his ego get him in trouble, he'll do well.
Yeah, Dickinson showing a lot of character here, to be fair to him. He's had a terrible first round, come back a little bit in the second, didn't do enough to do it, and he's not doing enough maybe in this round to win it, but he's certainly competing more in this round. But that's where Rodriguez is so dangerous, on that counter as Dickinson walks in on that straight line, no lateral movement at all, and he's in the pocket for the big shot, like that one that just landed there.
Well, he walked straight onto that one, Spencer, and you could see it coming. And look at Rodriguez as he finishes this round, absolutely dominant at this point. But Dickinson has had his moments. He's boxed well in this round, and it's going to be interesting to see maybe how the judges would score that one. How did you score that, Roy?
I got Dickinson down 3.
Yeah, I'm with Roy on that one as well. The first round being a 10-8 round as well. So Dickinson now really is in that position where you go, right son, what are you going to do? You want to go for it, roll the dice, take the fight to him and try and knock him out? In that process you may get knocked out, or do you try and just see and hustle your way through?
It's the only way he's going to win it though, isn't it?
100%.
I mean, Dickinson is going to have to put him down at the very least.
So. Yep.
Yeah, totally agree with you, John. I think he's in that position now. It's desperation times, really. He needs to change it up here because what he's doing is not working. Adaptability is a tough thing to do for a fighter when a fight is not going his way. Quality fighters can do it. Let's see if Dickinson can do that. Not saying he's not a quality fighter, but it's an early stage of his career. And has he got the mindset to be able to change things around at this stage?
He's got to show some huge character now. He's trying to come back now from being, we reckon, 3 rounds down and only 2 rounds remaining.
And I want to remind the people at home, this is a 5-round fight. This is not a 4-rounder. So we have this round and then the next round to go if it does not end in TKO. But Rodriguez with those two, that devastating looping left and the looping right hand, where he's looking to land it right there, and also with that straight right to the jaw of Dickinson. But Dickinson tough as nails.
Yep.
Tough as nails, coming forward. See how he's coming forward. He's not backing up, even though he's losing the fight. He's coming forward.
But like I said, the coming forward part is what really causes him to get hurt worse. Because once he gets that first shot like that, so he come forward right there, he gets hit, then he come back and try to hit it back, and he get caught like that, see? That's what caused him, see?
And that's
what caused him to fight.
That's it.
Coming forward, what caused him to fight.
Yeah, referee Ty Parker has halted this contest here at the beginning of the 4th round, and it is now the American team on the board. It is UK 6, US 3.
Yeah, that was a big knockout there. Referee could have maybe jumped in a little bit earlier. Dickinson still in desperate trouble. The crowd now going wild. They needed that victory. And boy, that was savage. That was a big knockout. And executed so well.
Well, that fight was put together to me a little bit better because it was an experienced guy against a new guy coming on that was undefeated, but he's new. He's only got 5 fights. So that's a very good matchup because we see here who advances, the old veteran or the new guy coming up. You understand me? That made a really good fight. They gave us all they had, and luckily Rodriguez came out on top. Well, see right there, see how Dixon come back forward as he gets hurt. See, he still comes trying to fight. That's what caused him. I said that earlier. Is every time he gets hit, he comes back trying to fight again.
Yeah, it was that left hook there. You saw the shot go in, and then again the left hook. That was the shot. Terrible knockout. He done well, Dickinson, to get back to his feet, but that was, a horrible knockout there.
After that, there was some not very clever work from the local officials who actually stopped the Dickinson corner getting in there to aid their man. He was in big trouble.
Yeah.
They were trying to help him, and they weren't allowed to get into the ring, which I thought was a little bit unfortunate.
This is like this with everybody now. This is one of the rules that I hate, because the commission makes the coaches stay outside of the ring.
48 seconds of round number 4.
Winner by way of knockout, representing Team USA, Carlos Mohamed Rodriguez.
Well, fair play. He fought a good fight, Roy.
Yes,
he really did.
Yes, he did. And Chris here again told me he's much better than his record says he is, and Chris was right again.
He certainly was.
Chris knows all these guys here, I promise you.
Yeah, Rodriguez, very experienced campaigner, 15 wins, now 16 wins, 14 losses, and much better than his record would suggest. And he proved that tonight against the young game Mason Dickinson. Mason will come again. It was a tough knockout, and he's going to need some attention now, but he can come again. Back to the drawing board, back to the gym.
Well, we hope he's all right. Once again, like I said, you can't help but like Dickinson. I mean, works with a specialist school, and we want to send a shout out to all the school. Thanks for supporting him. And I mean, he's 5-1. Very impressive record.
Yes,
that is a very impressive record.
Still very impressive.
He's 23 years old. He's young. He has plenty of time to come back. I mean, it was a learning experience to come all the way over here in the United States. But a tough Mexican, well, he's representing U.S., a veteran fighter. So we wish him the best of luck in his career. Now, we are midway through. And
we continue with the action here at the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium. It is the Transatlantic Clash. Our next participant, representing Team United Kingdom. Please welcome Ben Norman.
Well, Dickinson.
Next fight underway very soon, and it's going to be more of the little fellas. Ben Norman fighting for Great Britain against Jesus Martinez, Texan for the United States. Ben Norman from Shepshed, close to Loughborough in Leicestershire in England, trains in Leicester, and he's got the lovely nickname of Lil Stormin Norman.
Well, not a bad name and not a bad fighter either, Ben Norman. He's got a tough fight tonight, that's for sure, against Jesus Martinez, and trust me, he can fight. Martinez I know from when Darren Barker and Joe Calzaghe.
Jesus Martinez. Presented to you by Martinez Boxing Promotions, along with Fight Academy, our proud sponsors, Texas Southmost College, CrossFit Brownsville, along with Lone Star National Bank, our international sponsors, JJ Crump & Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel, Jersey, United Kingdom. This contest, 5 rounds or less in the flyweight division, scoring ringside. We have Nexus Novoa, Tom Lindsay, and Tony Gonzalez. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner and representing Team United Kingdom. He enters the ring wearing blue with gold and white trim. He weighed in at a ripped and ready 111 3/4 pounds. Tonight, this 11-fight pro enters the ring with a record of 7 victories against 4 losses. From Leicestershire, England, Lil Stormin, Ben Norman. His opposition, the red corner. Wearing blue with gold and white trim, he weighed in at an official 112 pounds. Tonight, this 14-time national amateur champion and former international amateur champion puts his undefeated pro record on the line, consisting of 8 victories, 1 bout even. The reigning WBF Youth Silver Champion and fighting for Team USA out of San Antonio, Texas, Jesus Panterita Martinez. Our referee, Humberto Zavala.
Now, Jesus Panterita Martinez is trained by the Robert Garcia out of the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy located in Commerce, California. Now, you might say, well, where is his trainer tonight? Well, Roberto Garcia is cornering his fighter as he takes on son of the legend, Julio Cesar Chavez. Omar Chavez. That fight is happening in Mexico, but he has been at camp. He, along with Caleb Zuniga, the only 2 fighters tonight that have been representing the RGBA, and he is undefeated. He is born and raised in Del Rio, Texas. I know the family very well, and he's currently residing in the Alamo city of San Antonio, my hometown, and he's got fans all across the border. Now, his last 4 victories, last 4 fights have been here in the Rio Grande Valley, Brownsville area, so he's very comfortable here just in the border in general. You're going to see him perfect those angles using his hand speed, and I know he's in for the toughest test of his career because I do know Ben Norman, I mean, he is not the current Midlands area champion at flyweight for nothing.
Nope, and he comes to fight, Ben Norman does.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's been looking good in training. Camp's gone very well for Ben Norman, and this is a great opportunity against the rising star in Martinez. There's been a lot of talk about Martinez since he turned professional, so Ben knows this is a hard fight for him, and he's got to come and rip this away. Martinez letting the lovely body shot go there, just found an opening just underneath the right elbow there of
good uppercut by
Norman.
Nice. Ben Norman doing some really good things as well, though.
And obviously the best punch of the fight by Norman right there, scored with that uppercut. Now Panterita needs to put his hand right in front of his chin to make sure he doesn't get caught by that again, but then a strong overhand right to Panterita, but Panterita has recovered well, and he has not lost his poise or his focus.
And what we see in these last 2 fights here is that we see experienced guys with guys who are on their way with prospects. When you see a good experienced guy versus a good prospect, that's always usually going to turn into a great fight. These last 2 fights, that's what we've got.
Yep, great point there from Roy Jones. That's exactly what it is. The kid coming up, the hot shot, 8-0, looking to gain another victory against a very experienced campaigner in Ben Norman. Ben, though, has not come here to make up the numbers. He's come here for victory.
Norman's biggest victory came over Liam Dring, who was 5-0. He outpointed him in Nottingham. Also, Norman is promoted by Carl Graves. He also has a fight on November the 30th against prospect Hamza Uden.
Good body shot by Norman.
Solid jab right there by Panterita. Panterita means little panther in Spanish.
Yep.
Like I said, Panterita is bilingual. He was born in Del Rio, spent a lot of time in Villa Acuña, Coahuila, Mexico. Another solid,
lovely uppercut there from Ben Norman. Slotted that shot right through the middle. Martinez has to be careful he doesn't come in too square as he's walking forward, holding his hands high, but leaving that target right through the middle, and Ben Norman exploited that then, and that will give him a lot of confidence.
Yep.
Solid first round by both fighters right here. No real feeling out. I want to remind, this is a 5-rounder in the flyweight division. We're going to go to a commercial and we'll be right back.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos!
Round number 2, and gentlemen, I'd have to say that was an even round. It could have gone either way. What do you think, guys?
Yep, it was quite a close round. I think that Martinez may just have nicked it on work rate, but the quality shots definitely come from Ben Norman, so it's what you go for. Not a lot in that round. Martinez, for me, may have just nicked it, but could have gone the other way.
Yeah, could have gone either way because those two uppercuts that Ben Norman landed were really good too. So,
yeah, they were the cleanest shots, the more eye-catching shots, so if you're going with that, then Norman may have nicked it. So yeah, anyone's round that first one, and this fight, still anyone's fight.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to tell you who Pandarita's been sparring with. Ben Rodriguez, out of San Antonio, Texas, currently top 10 pound-for-pound fighter in the world right now. Pretty much 5, 6, 7 on everybody's pound-for-pound list. But imagine the experience he's been getting by sparring world champion Bam Rodriguez. Boy,
I'm telling you, Ben Norman's getting through with some good shots here. He's actually getting through. He's having the better of this round. He's boxing very, very well, and the right hand goes in as well. He's found his timing, Roy.
Yep.
He seems to have found his distance. And Martinez, for the first time, looking a little disorganized.
Yep, he is. Oh, good body shot by Martinez.
Oh, so one back from Norman. This one really heating up.
Yeah, it is.
Overhand right there, partially blocked by Norman. Now
good body shot from Norman.
Beautiful straight right hand to the Norman and to the body now, Pandarita.
It's turning into a real little classic, this one.
Yes, it is.
Both guys stylistically very, very good. Norman with a great boxing IQ just slips on the outside there, comes to the right hand, and Norman just doing enough in this round.
Oh, good.
He's the one.
Shot.
Yeah, great body shot. Lands in, and Norman may have felt that one. But yeah, for me at the moment, Norman doing the better of the work out of these two. Just seems to be getting off with shots first.
Gentlemen, maybe a little bit premature, but am I seeing shades of Barrera Morales right here? I mean, both of these guys are throwing.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think that both of them got, excellent hand speed. But I mean, like the Barrera Morales, I mean, they started out like this, and they ended up, going 110 miles per hour. But might be a bit of a stretch. But I mean, it's been a great contest thus far. I mean, great fight here live on Azteca, Texas.
Barrera Morales was one of the greatest trilogies of all time.
What are you talking
three
about?
Of the greatest, three of the greatest fights. Brilliant, weren't they, Roy?
Yes, sir.
Well, this one's certainly heating up. Both guys having their successes in this round. For me, Ben Norman doing enough of the quality exchanges that we're getting, but this is a real quality matchup between two quality fighters. Nice work there from Martinez, putting those shots together.
Yes. Good body shot by Ben.
Whoa, good right hand, good response there from Norman as well.
Not an easy round to score, this one. First one was close. I thought Martinez edged it. Second one was closer.
Vienen decididos a resurgir en una batalla en la que no habrá tregua. Por sus venas corre la furia de una leyenda, pero derrocar a un ex campeón olímpico es otro nivel. Disfruta este combate narrado con el entusiasmo que caracteriza al Box Azteca Team. Omar Chávez contra Misael Rodríguez. Próximo sábado a las 11 por Azteca 7. La hora de demostrar la garra azteca. La euforia que despierta la selección mexicana es única. Disfruta de estos grandes duelos con el Cuta Azteca Team. El 12 de octubre a las 6:50, México-Valencia. Y el 15 de octubre a las 8:20, México-Estados Unidos por Azteca 7.
Welcome back. 2 rounds completed. Ben Norman against Jesus Martinez, and Norman maybe just doing enough to shade the second, which probably makes it a very level fight at this point.
Totally agree with that. I've got it 1 round apiece. 2 very even rounds, and both guys having successes. This fight's still very much to be won and lost, and it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out. Norman very good with the lead uppercut, and that's what Martinez has to be careful of.
Norman good with the lead right hand, period. Whether it's uppercut or the straight right hand.
Now, I've announced the majority. I've been the announcer of the majority of Panterito's fights, and I can tell you, this is his toughest test of his professional 9-fight career, and this is going to get very interesting. Solid right hand landed by Norman right there.
Once again, when you step up with a guy who has the experience like Ben has, it makes it very difficult for a prospect, and you find out what a prospect really is made of because he ain't fought nobody of this caliber. Sparring is one thing, but when it's in front of these fans, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, Norman holding himself together very, very well. Martinez trying to pick up the pace a little bit here, just trying to turn that screw. He knows it's close and he's not really made his mark in this contest just yet, but Norman happy to go with him. Great little contest.
As I said earlier, Norman has gone 10 rounds, never mind 5 rounds in previous fights, so he knows all about lasting the distance. Very, very fit man.
Shot selection again there from Ben Norman, picking lovely little shots, lovely little short right hand on the inside there as well. Body shot goes in, and Martinez knows he's got to work for this one now.
For Norman, the last 5 of the past 6 fights have all been title fights. So he's been getting that experience. I mean, he's an 11-fight veteran.
And I've seen him get better over those last 4 or 5 fights too. So.
And do I see blood on Norman? I might be wrong on that. And now tying up in the middle right there. Both men once again having their moments. Panterito, 19 years old, just recently graduated.
Good right hand back from Norman there though. Body shot from Martinez. Norman responds with a right hand, trading blow for blow. Right. Martinez with a right.
Right.
Good round this for Martinez.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, good round. He's
so far.
Just starting to put those shots together, isn't he? Throwing them in bunches, 3s and 4s, and that may be the difference between the two in this round. Norman's had some good success himself, but Martinez definitely trying to turn it up here.
Solid right hand landed by.
Whoa, good left hook there by Norman.
It's hard for these young guys when they've been in the ring with so many guys that were easy, and then you run into a veteran that puts up some opposition. Makes it really tough, and we get to find out how much they really are learning. And it looks like Panterito is learning a lot tonight.
Well, he's done well in this round, though. That's his best round of the fight so far.
Best round of his professional career.
Roy, if you're in Panterito's corner, what advice are you going to give him?
Keep going to the body. You got to learn to take these guys down with you. Don't go out there and just head hunt. Go to his body as well.
Spencer, if you're in the corner of Norman right now, what advice are you giving him?
I'm going to say to Norman now, you need to punch with him, you need to punch in bunches, because the shot selection of Norman is very good. He's picking the hooks up over the top and the hooks downstairs as well. He's actually getting through with good right hands, stepping off with those good right hands, which is very impressive, but they're single shots, and that's the difference between the two at the moment, is that Jesus Martinez is throwing the punches in bunches. That catches the judge's eye, and when the judges, when the rounds go close, that generally wins you the round. And I think that's where Martinez is. So my advice to Ben Norman is, you punch with him, son. You put your shots together as well. 1-2s are no good. Let's see 3-4s, levels. Go through the levels as well. Go through the gears.
I agree 100%.
Solid in the middle of the ring. What an action-packed fight right here on TV Azteca, coming to you live from the Jacob Brown Auditorium from Brownsville, Texas. Boy, we got a barn burner right here as the Americans look to tie up the tally, as UK has 6, Americans have 3 in order to take home that trophy. Both guys having great exchanges in the middle of the ring, but tonight, in my opinion, the best fight of the night. Solid right hand to the jaw of Norman right there that walked him a little bit.
Yeah, good work there from Martinez. Norman just left himself open, just getting caught, just lost his way a little bit in this opening. Comes back with a good right hand of his own though.
Martinez has been working the body so well, hasn't he? Got to drop his hands and instantly capitalised.
It's just where he's now just put that little injection of pace, Martinez, that is making the difference in this contest. Norman, boxing brilliantly himself, and Martinez is the one that's just starting to land the shots a little bit, and Norman just went back there. Did he feel that right hand? Was there a little sign there, John, that maybe he just started to feel the pace a little bit?
And like Spencer says, Martinez is throwing the punches in bunches. He's not just throwing one, he's throwing 3s, whereas Ben is throwing 1s and 2s.
Solid right hand right there, and now both men are just having their moments. I mean, this is such a good fight as we are right here in round number 4 with less than a minute and a half to go. One more round scheduled in this fight, and it could be it's up for grabs at this moment because both have had their most solid right hand to the face of the young man from Great Britain. Another solid uppercut, giving a good workmanlike performance.
They both landed, taking and giving some really good shots.
Yeah,
a good body shot.
Fantastic action from both guys here, isn't it? And they're both willing to sit in that pocket, inviting each other in. You know when a fighter does that, when he just holds his hands up around his face and says, come on then, let's go.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
Welcome to everybody from the UK and the United States. You are watching TV Azteca, Texas. Somos la casa del boxeo. What a heck of a fight we have right now. And then he goes to the body right there. He's going to be warned by referee Humberto
Zavala. About the third time, so you got to be careful here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not trying to do it, but, you know, it happens.
Cannot lose a point in a 5-round fight. No,
definitely can't.
It's been another good round here for Martinez for me, just doing the better of the work of the two. Norman playing his part in another fantastic round, and Norman, you know, really going for it as well, but Martinez just the one landing the cleaner shots. I think that with that round, John, I've got that now, Martinez 3 rounds to 1 up.
I agree.
He may be just starting to pull away a little bit here.
I agree. He's just maybe just shown that he's just got the slicker boxing moves that he's been able to put together, and he's had a lot of success to the body of Ben Norman. I know Roy was saying that he's gone close to the boundary on more than one occasion. He's got the ticking off from the referee, but I think it's the body shots which have really taken the toll on Ben Norman.
I agree.
Right now, Panterita's father, Jesse Martinez, just pouring everything, all that emotion. Roger Nava also in the corner, good friend of Robert Garcia. And look at Panterita standing there, just saying, come on, let's bring it on. Folks, if you're just now tuning in, welcome to TV Azteca, Texas. You are watching John Rowling and former world champions Spencer Oliver and Roy Jones Jr. Put on your seatbelts because this is going to be one heck of a final round. Best round of the entire night right here.
Yeah, both guys know that they need a big round here. Martinez just to secure the victory because a couple of the rounds have been close. Good body shot there from Martinez, or was that low? Yeah.
It was low. Referee asked Norman if he was okay, but it was that was definitely south of the border.
Yeah.
Panterita needs to control that because, like we all agreed, that you cannot lose a point in a 5-round fight, especially a close one like this. And right now, we have no idea who's going to be the winner, but a solid right hand there by Panterita. Solid combination that's been instilled in him by Robert Garcia out in Commerce, California, with all of those high-level sparring partners that he has. Solid right hand by Norman now.
Yep, Norman still got his shape here. He's still getting off of his shots. Body shot going in there from Norman. He needed that. He needs to build on that now. This is where he needs to start putting the shots together and go through those phases. Phase 1, phase 2. Come again, do something different. Come off the line. Work the angles. You need to be creative in fights like this.
Good right hand by Norman. It's not enough because he's letting Martinez outwork him now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying there, Roy. That being creative, going through those gears like phase 1, phase 2, throw 3 shots, step
like
out,
that.
come again,
Yep.
go again.
He starts first and he finishes last.
There you go.
He has to be outworking.
And I mean, right now you're seeing Panterita work on those angles, that quick jab, and he's moving around. Neither fighter has shown any signs of fatigue, and it is especially impressive considering the volume of punches that we've seen here tonight. I mean, both guys are coming forward. They know they have to win this final round in order to win the fight.
Well, I think Martinez will win in the fight. I don't think he got to win the round, but I think it will do him good to try to win the round.
Yeah, agree with that. I think Martinez has just been edging these rounds, hasn't he? But take nothing away from Ben Norman, and what a brilliant, courageous performance he's put in so far.
Big time.
This is going to be the performance from Martinez, which gets the entire Transatlantic Clash back onto level terms.
Yeah, well, Roy Jones told me yesterday, he told me this morning, listen son, you got a hard night in front of you, and it is proving just that.
We both got a hard night in front of us.
We have, we really have.
You put 3 undefeated horses out the stall right away. I'm like, wait, what's going on here?
Absolutely.
Now I got an undefeated horse, so now we doing something.
Yeah,
get out of that corner, Batarita. You got to get out of that corner in order to not get caught with something bad. Now we got less than 40 seconds right.
Don't need a knockdown in this 5-round fight either. So he better be careful.
Yeah, phenomenal skills.
Yeah.
And that's it. That is it. We're going to go to the judges' scorecards, and we're going to see now if it's going to be tied 6-6 or if it's going to be UK 9, US 3. You know, that was a very spirited effort. You know, congratulations. You know, everybody in Shep said Leicester, UK should be proud of what Ben Storm and Norman has accomplished. So greetings to all of you watching, and of course everybody from Del Rio to San Antonio, all points in between, and then you know, probably the crew of the RGBA out there in Commerce has been watching to support their stablemates right here. Robert Garcia is probably busy in the corner in Mexico, as his fight is going to be taking on Omar Chavez, but he's probably going to have a big smile on his face. But now you never know what's going to happen in order to, you know, who's going to be coming out victorious. That's why we're going to find out here shortly when we send it to the man quien es más macho, Lupe Contreras.
Well, I think that Martinez has done enough in that contest. The better work, the better combination punching has probably got him over the line. Credit to Ben Norman for putting in the performance that he did. Just wasn't enough for me on the night, but still brilliant performance, representing his country, and he can go out and feel proud that he's gone out on his shield.
4 rounds to 1, I think it's pretty sure.
Brilliant performance by both fighters though.
Yeah.
And great experience for both fighters.
Great learning fight for Martinez, big time.
Absolutely. Like I said, that was the toughest he's ever been in. I'm very familiar with Pantarita, his family, and I'm very proud of him. And I'm also very proud of Storm and Norman from coming across the pond and giving him all he had. I mean, he was having a lot of success with that uppercut early on. And I thought he had a good chance of a knockout, but he didn't land it past about the first round. And then Martinez just used his phenomenal boxing skills, his angles. That jab looked better than I'd ever seen it in those combinations. And neither fighter backed up for 1 inch. They took it to the middle of the ring. But now we are soon any second now to hear the result from world famous announcer Lupe Contreras.
After going the distance inside the Martinez Promotions ring, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Novoa scores about 49-46. Judge Lindsay, 50-45. And Judge Gonzalez scores at 48-47. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. For Team USA, still undefeated, Jesus Panterita Martinez.
That's a deserved outcome, I think.
Absolutely. Listen, now we've got a competition on our hands, that's for sure. 2 apiece, and this is what we love. This is why we love UK.
You better
USA, that rivalry, man. The guys leave it all in the ring. Credit to both of those guys, by the way. Martinez, Norman put in a brilliant performance. We're the winners. We're the fans. We're the ones that are watching this. But yeah, this is going to be interesting now to see how this all unfolds, because this can be won and lost, Mr. Jones, and it's going to be fun.
Is this the last one?
No, 2 to go. We've got Brad Axe against King Julian Delgado.
I got you.
And we've got Harvey Horn who's arguably one of the most experienced, accomplished fighters on the British team, up against Jimmy Delgadillo. So we will see.
Yeah, Harvey Horn. I've got hopes for Harvey Horn. Actually, he was an incredible amateur, winning the silver in the European Championships, and he hasn't fulfilled his potential as a professional. Been stop-start, been out for he's had 12 contests in 6 years. Now he says he can use this as a springboard. He's got a tough fight ahead of him, but that's the one that is out. If you're gonna go and you go, where's the strong card? You go, Harvey Horn could be that guy.
It's his birthday, isn't it?
It's his birthday today as well.
29 years old.
Do you ever box on your birthday, boy?
Yes, I did. When I fought in Radio City Music Hall, I fought January 15th, and my birthday was the 16th.
Wow. Yeah. And how did you box?
Oh, I destroyed David Tedesco with one hand.
You just give me so much confidence. Thank you very much, sir.
And Roy also played professional basketball and fought in a professional fight. The only
same day
athlete to ever do.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with this transatlantic clash that is all tied up at 2 bouts, earlier on we had a live rendition of the anthem of the United Kingdom, and it is only appropriate that we do the same for Team USA. Please rise as we honor our nation with the singing of the national anthem. To do the honors, we have country music royalty. She is the niece of the legendary country singer Freddie Fender. Please welcome Miss Margarita Fender.
How is this?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Now we're doing something.
Wow.
Go USA!
Performance.
Thank you.
That's probably why we
Ladies and gentlemen, country music royalty, Miss Margarita Fender.
Wow, I'm just hoping that your next fighters don't perform
As we
as well
mentioned,
as
ladies and gentlemen, the transatlantic clash is all
Margarita
tied up
Fender,
at 2
nephew of
victories
the
each.
famous Freddie
We
Fender
continue with
of
the action,
famed
making
Texas
his ring
Tornadoes,
walk
the Tejano Music
for
Group.
Team
Very,
UK.
very famous throughout
Brad
Texas.
Axe.
Excellent voice.
man in the Royal Air Force.
His counterpart, representing Team USA, Julian Delgado.
The lights are dipped for the entrance of King Julian, who's certainly been talking a good fight this week.
He certainly has. This kid. This is a great
We continue with the action here at the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium. It is the Transatlantic Clash.
On that entrance,
proudly presented by Marinas Promotions, along with Fight Academy, our sponsors. The Texas Southmost College,
Texas,
CrossFit Brownsville,
Delgado was from
and Lone Star National Bank, our international sponsors, JJ Crump and Sons. Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel, Jersey, United Kingdom. It is all tied up at 2 apiece, this contest. 5 rounds in the super middleweight division. Scoring the action we have Luis Escalona, Nexus Novoa, and Lee Rogers. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing white with gold trim. He weighed in at a ready 163 1/4 pounds. Tonight, this former pilot for the Royal Air Force now goes to war inside the ring for the second time as a pro with a record of 1 victory. Fighting out of Yeovil, Somerset, England, Brad, the Axeman Axe. Across the ring, the red corner, and representing Team USA, he enters wearing black with white trim. He weighed in at 165 pounds tonight. He puts his undefeated record on the line of 2 victories. One of his victories coming by way of KO. Puro Corpitos, Corpus Christi, Texas, King Julian Delgado. A referee, James Green.
But without a doubt, the most intense stare down of the night between both of these fighters. This one's going to be good. I saw it yesterday in the weigh-ins. There was a lot of tension between these two, just a stare down. And I think this is really going to be a good fisticuffs from the opening bell.
And it is going to be a 5-rounder. So there'll be some interesting talks with the British Boxing Board of Control.
Wow.
Well, he ain't in Britain right now. He's in the USA, so it's not the British board right now. You understand me?
100%. I'm with you on it. I'm with you on it.
I agree, Roy. All right, opening bell. Now, the Axeman is 1-0 from Yeovil, Somerset, United Kingdom. Now, he's a serving member of the Royal Air Force, instructor of Defense Fire Training Unit, and currently a lead instructor on a recruit course.
And now living in Moreton in Marsh in the Cotswolds.
We gotta be really careful here because these are one of these one-type fights. Both of them can punch. Both of them look very strong. Somebody get caught on the chin, anything can happen.
I tell you what, there's a solid look around the Axeman though. He's working well with that jab, and Delgado, he's got to be careful as he comes forward because he seems to be open as he's coming in there, carrying that left hand low. And let me tell you, the Axeman is good at chopping things down.
Now, highly decorated amateur king Julian Delgado had his pro debut against Carlos Tamez in Corpus Christi on a top-ranked card. And now he's 2-0, fighting against a 1-0 fighter, and both of these guys, you know, evenly matched on paper. Both very tall for middleweights. There's no doubt about that, but they look like they're coming to throw some leather, so this fight should be very interesting.
Braddock started as a 15-year-old, was hammered on his amateur debut, but then won his next 5 by stoppage, and thereafter he was hooked.
Yep, and that's generally what happens with fighters that get to a certain level. You know, you get the story, the backstory in it. It's very common that the first fight they have or the first sparring session they have, they take a beating, and that they encourage them to come back. Work that out.
Mark of a good fighter.
Absolutely.
Right, both of these fighters are where you were at when you were 1-0, 2-0. Take me through back during that time, even though you were highly experienced by being an Olympic, you know, veteran. But tell me what you knew about yourself as a fighter when you were 1-0, 2-0.
Well, I just knew that I was destined to be a world champion. I wasn't giving up, and I was going to take anybody out that they put in front of me.
I tell you what, this is good work here from Brad Axe. He's doing well on the outside, using the space of the ring, working well behind that jab is the one that's the effective one. Delgado is walking into that shot, and I think that may be giving Brad Axe just the edge in this opening round. Delgado trying to go for it, but nothing really landing, John.
No, it didn't. He was narrowed the gap, and the crowd was getting excited because he looked as though he was teeing off, but I don't think anything in that attack actually landed on target.
Brad Axe's hard punches look better and look more different than Delgado's. Delgado's jab looks better, but Brad Axe's right hand looks better.
Yeah.
You know, Julian obviously being more aggressive, establishing, the fact that he's a stronger fighter from the opening bell, wanted to send a statement. Solid right hand right there, and has his opponent in a bad spot. We're going to go to a commercial. We'll be right back.
¿Eres aficionado del fútbol? En Soccer Shop de la Plaza Mall encuentras artículos oficiales de tu equipo favorito, como jerseys del América, Chivas, Tigres y Rayados, internacionales, como Real Madrid, Barcelona, Al Nassr e Inter de Miami.
Somos Soccer Shop adentro de la Plaza Mall, al lado del área de comida. Ven a visitarnos.
El Rome in the Sand Festival, 18 y 19 de octubre en la Isla del Padre. Acompaña a Paul Sr. de Orange County Choppers en la caravana de motos. En el viaje más grande del año. Prueba tu suerte en nuestra noche de casino y compite en el torneo de póker. Disfruta de boxeo profesional en vivo, expo de tatuajes, exhibición de autos y vota por la señorita Chrome in the Sand 2024. 18 y 19 de octubre, el segundo evento anual de Chrome in the Sand Festival.
It's our 5th fight of the night. Brad Axe for Great Britain against Julian Delgado for the United States. Tight opening round, Spencer.
Yeah, very difficult to split them. I know the guys, I think, went the other way and went with Delgado. I just leant towards Brad Axe, and maybe that early part of the round where he was landing the jab and landing the more effective shots. Very difficult to score that round. I think there's going to be a lot more twists and turns in this contest. Both guys seem very, very capable.
The problem I have with Delgado is sometimes he overshoots his target. You want to see him get that range a little bit better. If you get a better range, then he'll be able to do better with his power punches.
That's because his feet is out of range, right,
yeah.
Roy? He's not moving his feet before he throws his hands. He's trying to close the gap with his hands.
Too much, exactly.
And for those of you that just tuned in, this fight right here, the winner of this fight will determine who is in the lead in between the UK and the US. It is currently tied 6-6 as we are now in our fifth fight between the two countries. Solid right hand now. You can hear that one. He's got his opponent in a bad spot, but he reverses a very smart move there by the Axeman, Brad Axe. And now they take it to the center of the ring, and Julian continues to show his aggression right now. But both of these guys obviously came to fight, and they're throwing some leather in there, and the fans here in Brownsville, Texas love it.
Yeah, Julian just got to quit telegraphing. By telegraphing, he's going to allow Brad Axe to catch him with a big shot. Yeah. You got to try to calm down the telegraphing a little bit.
Yeah, he's very, very relentless in his approach, isn't he, Delgado? He's pushing forward and he's maybe forcing it and maybe winning this round just on work rate alone.
He is, but he got to be careful not to run nothing big and get a knockdown like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, good shot there from Brad Axe, he needed that.
And the referee didn't see it, but his knee did touch. One knockdown would have turned it around. That's a bad thing in this thing, because a 2-point round in a 5-round fight is devastating.
Absolutely, yeah, that was a solid flash knockdown.
Yeah, it was.
That solid right hand now is going to be adding to the confidence of the Axeman right now knowing he is in the fight, because before that it was all Julian.
Good work again there from the Axeman, landing the right hand, followed by the left and the right again. Good work, and now he's just having more success as he puts Delgado on that back foot. Delgado not comfortable on that back foot.
You might have hurt Axeman to the body, or you hit him with a low blow one.
Great, again, another even match contest here. Great matchmaking between US and UK for sure.
Most definitely. 50-50 fights, which is what we want.
And another close round, this one, most definitely.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's what you go for. Is it the relentless pressure of Delgado, or is it the more?
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7. Vienen decididos a resurgir en una batalla en la que no habrá tregua. Por sus venas corre la furia de una leyenda, pero derrocar a un ex campeón olímpico es otro nivel. Disfruta este combate narrado con el entusiasmo que caracteriza al box Azteca Team. Omar Chávez contra Misael Rodríguez. Próximo sábado a las 11 por Azteca 7.
It is a very spirited contest between the UK and the United States.
Oh, good shot by Julian. Don't give it back, though. Good shot by Julian.
Yep, that relentless pressure from Delgado, and he got in that range and landed a good shot. The Axeman took it well.
Axeman staying very composed, which is dangerous because he throws good shots when Delgado reaches in and overshoots him. Good body shot. Good body shot by Delgado.
Leading left by Delgado.
Low blow.
Like I said, Delgado, a highly touted amateur.
Yeah, you can see with the relentless pressure, you know, the work ethic that he has, Delgado. That's where he gets a lot of his success from. Maybe not the most technical out there, but he's, you know, he makes up with that relentless pressure and strength. The Axeman's moving well on the outside, but there you go, nice right hand when he gets in range and finds that shot. But yeah, just needs to up the tempo maybe just a little bit more now, Axeman, because on these close rounds you genuinely see the guy that's the aggressor that seems to just take the Browns. Body shot went in there from Delgado as well.
Good slipping from Delgado right there too. Good punches. Good body shot.
Yeah, he's hurting to the body there, the Axeman. Definitely hurt to the body.
Oh, he's gone.
Another body shot.
Right hand, and referee James Green now giving him that 10 count. Now, will the Axeman get up and continue or not? And he does. He answers the bell at count number 9, and these two are going to continue to do it, and Julian's looking to jump on him.
But Julian got to be careful not to run into a big headshot trying to lay that body shot again.
Definitely good point made by the champion, Roy Jones Jr. And another solid shot to the body right there, and it looks like the Americans are going to be going up 9-3 if Julian can continue with this pressure now to the body once again.
Oh, good work there from the Axeman, though, showing a lot of heart, grit, determination, a lot of character in there right now.
The Axeman is fighting now.
Man, this is what it's all about. Body shots again, and the Axeman trying to draw him in. Delgado pushing forward. What action here.
Last 15 seconds of the third round. Delgado's looking for another big body shot.
Another body shot. Another good body shot. Another good body shot.
Oh, good left hook on the bell there from the Axeman. Listen to the crowd in here really getting into this one. They know what's on the line. They know how much it means to each and every nation. What a round of boxing there from the Axeman.
I mean, the thing that I think that Julian
Here
needs
at the
to be
TSC Jacob
careful
Brown
of is he can't get too careless
Auditorium,
because he was throwing a lot of wild punches in there.
This
I mean,
is the fourth and final round.
Yes, last round, yes.
Yeah, I told you that I do that through the British Boxing Board of Control. That's what I was saying. I know they announced it as 5, but because of the British Boxing Board of Control and their rules, this fight can only be sanctioned over 4, which probably does Delgado a favour because he's in front in this fight, and you just think, well, Brad X now has to roll the dice. Am I fair in saying that, Roy? You think that Delgado maybe 2 rounds to 1 up?
And we got a knockdown.
Oh, you got the knockdown as well. Cool, 10-8. So my man's in trouble.
But it was not counted.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
The knee. I apologize. I thought the knee in the beginning of the fight.
No. The body shot.
You are correct.
Good body shot.
Oh, Axeman's landed a body shot of his own as well.
Yes, he did. Julian got to be smart here.
Another fantastic clash here.
Yes.
Here as a part of the Transatlantic Clash, brought to you, by Marinas and Hobson and shown live on TV Azteca, Texas. Thanks so much for tuning in, folks. We've just had a thrilling night of professional boxing action. Solid right hand now, and it looks like he might have stunned the Axeman. And here comes
big right
hand.
Good shot by the X-Man.
Yeah, he's showing a lot of character there. Brad Axe, he really is. Oh, nearly comes out the ring. Referee doing a good job there. Stopping Delgado.
Judge Lee Rogers in on the action right
did a
there.
Great job catching the fighter from falling out of the ring.
Big man, Lee Rogers right there from Corpus Christi. And it continues right here. This is just action-packed. And it's going to be action-packed until the final bell rings here in the 4th round of this very spirited 4-round middleweight contest.
I like Delgado's head movement, though. I can't lie. I love his head movement.
Yeah, he's real rough, tough and crude.
Yeah.
But there's some movement there. There's some boxing IQ. Very fan-friendly, that's for sure. Both guys here putting it all on the line again and leaving it all in the ring. And the crowd absolutely loving this one as well. Whoa, Brad tries to come back and he comes back, lands a couple of nice little shots there.
You can't sit right in front of the X-Man. The X-Man has a hammer.
Right.
Oh, good slip, good body shot too. Throw the hook right there.
Less than a minute to go, folks. This one's going to get more interesting as the clock ticks down, now at 45 seconds.
Oh, good body shot. That hurt. That body shot hurt bad. The referee called it low, but that hurt bad.
And Julian knows that the Axeman Smart is covering up that area that got hurt, but can he land that punch? And if he does, it's going to be
another knockdown.
Yes.
Oh, he missed with a good uppercut there. Good shot.
Body shots are going in and taking their toll here on Brad Axe. He's really showing a lot of character to be staying in there, biting down on his gum shield.
Yeah. Oh, that was a low blow. You know what? Delgado does a great job of looking punches off too. You don't see that much more in the pros nowadays. He does a great job of looking the punches off.
Yeah, old school.
Yes,
old school.
Yes.
Less than 10 seconds left.
Oh, what a shot!
Almost got it.
What a shot right on the bell. Almost had him down.
Landed his best punch of the fight as the bell sounded. Now we're going to go to the score.
Eso, fuerte el aplauso para esta gran pelea.
Favor of the undefeated Julian Delgado, King Julian Delgado, but you never know, this is professional boxing.
Something wrong with this box.
1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, one.
No, it's back now. It's come back. Nearly. No, it's not. Is it?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Judge Novoa, 40-36, and Judge Rogers scores it 38-37. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Team USA takes the lead. King Julian Delgado.
Just like that, folks scoring it at home, it is now US 9, UK 6. Definitely a very spirited, even contest here.
I like these 50-50 fights, you know. You got fights matched up like this. This is what people come out to see. They don't want to come out and see a bunch of whitewashes. They want to come out and see fights that anybody can win, you know.
And you know what it is, Roy? When you get 50-50 fights, when kids are putting their necks on the line or their O's on the line early on in their careers, that's what we like to see here. And I think that's what we do. That's what we've created with this concept. Is you go, it's not about protecting your O. It's about going in there, you know, putting it on the line, 50-50 fights, because that's where we're at now. That's what the paying public want to see. We don't want to go in there knowing exactly who's going to win and whatnot. We're going, let's get the matches on 50-50 fights, and I think that's proven now. USA have pulled ahead, and it's now down to my little mate Harvey Horn to save the day, and you know, we come away with the draw.
Gonna be a tough one.
Spencer, do you feel like you have an advantage when you're giving him advice? Because he also is just like you were when you became world champion, he's a bantamweight.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I think that advice they always take on board at this, you know, when you're with them, in and around them. Harvey Hall's been staying with me as well. You know, he's been staying in the place that we're staying in. So spent a lot of time together, worked together a little bit on certain things. And
ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned the USA just took the lead in this Transatlantic Clash. We speak with both of our fighters. First of all, with our winner, Julian Delgado. Julian, you came out very strong. Obviously, you had a very tough man in front of you, a former military man. Tell us about this experience fighting in the Transatlantic Clash.
Yeah, this is awesome. This first time in history, and I'm grateful that I was considered to be a part of it. I thank God. God has me on a very specific path, and it's no coincidence what I've done in my amateur career, professional career, and what I'm going to do. It's no coincidence. He's got a hold of the wheel, and I'm just putting faith in him and letting him guide me on this path. But this was great. This was excellent. What do y'all think? Did we put on a good show for y'all? What y'all think? We still got a lot of empty seats that we need to fill up, so we're gonna do this again, and it's gonna be in a bigger arena, bigger stadium, bigger crowds. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of King Julian 3-0. My hat's off to Brad, bro. Came over here all the way from the UK. He didn't have to take this fight, but he did. He stood in here like a man, and we dished it out like men. And you know, we said the best man, may the best man win, and that's exactly what happened. So thank you, Brad. Thank you to his team. Thank you to Dennis Hobson and the rest of the FightZone team, everybody that plays a role. Shout out to Roy Jones Jr. This dude's big time. He doesn't have to be messing with little guys like us, bro. So the fact that he's taking this time and his energy to be here, and Spencer and everybody that's a part of it, nobody's forgotten. Thank you to Joe Castillo, Julio Martinez for giving me a chance, man. Joe took me under his wing here. I've been here in the RGV for the last 2 months, training camp. Yes, I'm from Corpus Christi, home of Selena. I love where I come from. Corpus Christi, Texas, born and raised. But I've been here for 2 months and it's been great. I like the RGV, and this is just the first fight here. This is the first fight here in the RGV. Let's do it again and again and again, 2025. And I hope to have won y'all over, and I hope to have a home here in the RGV. I like it here a lot.
Brad, a tremendous bout on your end. You obviously went to war with this gentleman right across the ring from you. What has this experience here at the Transatlantic Clash, and especially being here in Texas, meant for you?
Look, he can talk the talk, but fair play, he can walk the walk as well. Respect to Julian, I'm sure he'll go on to do big and great things. But what an opportunity for me to come out here in my second fight of my career. It's been an honour, surrounded by other great boxers, great coaches, great promoters. I've learned a lot, and this isn't the end of me, it's the start of my career. It was a big risk this early on in my career, and I knew that it was going to be a test, which could have gone either way. And look, as Julian said, the best man won. Maybe we'll get it on, as Dennis and Julio has said before. This isn't the last one, so I'm sure we'll meet again, and next time maybe the UK will take it home.
A tremendous performance. Hopefully we will see it again. A round of applause for our two co-main events. Brad Axe, Julian Delgadillo, as we mentioned. The USA is taking the lead.
And I didn't get to say thank you to my family. This is my beautiful family right here. Every single one of them. This has been a very hard road. Barely making ends meet. Literally my bank account has like 50 bucks in it right now. But this is all worth it right here. This is worth it, this moment here. And they all helped me get, little by little, they helped me get to where I need to get. And I'm thankful. Y yo soy mexicano también. No hablo mucho español, but I'm learning. Yo tengo la Mexican. I have that Mexican blood in me. I will learn Spanish. I will be. That's the best part of being Mexican American, baby. Both of both, the best of both worlds.
Excelente español, Julian. Excelente español. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 3-2 USA in favor of the UK. And we have one more to go for our final bout of the Transatlantic Clash. Please welcome to the ring, Harvey Horn. counterpart, Jimmy Delgadillo.
Jimmy Delgadillo, an undefeated fighter, 22 years old, he's 7 years Harvey Horn Jr. He's only been in 4 rounders prior to this, and it just may be that Harvey Horn will have a little bit too much experience for him.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, Harvey Horn. He's got a hell of a lot of experience. He's in against a good game opponent here in Delgadillo. Yeah, he's 5 unbeaten. It's a good little contest, this one.
It's going to be the final of the Transatlantic Clash.
We continue with the final bout of the Transatlantic Clash. The USA has the lead over the UK 3-2. Once again, this historic evening brought to you by Marines Promotions, along with Fight Academy, our proud sponsors. Texas Southmost College, CrossFit Brownsville, Lone Star National Bank, our international sponsors. JJ Crump & Son, Elite Boxing, Grand Cayman, Innovation Alloys, and La Hall Manor Hotel, Jersey, United Kingdom. Our officials at ringside, scoring the action, Luis Escalona, Tom Lindsay, and Tony Gonzalez. And now, Brownsville, Texas. Let's hear it one more time. Prepare to be entertained. The Transatlantic Clash main event is on now. 5 rounds or less in the super bantamweight division, and we're gonna find out quién es el más macho. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters wearing the silent white trunks with silver trim. He weighed in at an official 121 3/4 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ring for the 13th time as a pro with an outstanding record of 11 victories against 1 lone defeat, 2 of his victories coming by way of KO. Hailing from London, England, United Kingdom, Triple H, Harvey Hornet Horn. His opposition, the red corner, wearing red with black trim, he weighed in at a ripped and ready 122 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he represents Team USA and also puts his undefeated record on the line of 5-0. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Originally from Portersville, California, and now ripping the RGV, Westlaco, Texas, Jimmy Cali Boy Delgadillo. Once again, our referee, Tyrone Parker.
Nobody does it better than the legendary.
All right, you received your instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times and make sure you pay attention to my commands at all times. Punches here and up are good. Punches here and up are good. Touch them up. Good luck.
Well, afraid to say that we've had a failure of the lights on the far side of the ring. So if you're seeing things a little bit more darkly than you were earlier on, as they say, do not adjust your screen.
Round number 1. Now, this has all the makings of fireworks. I mean, these are the guys, the super bantamweights, scheduled to go 5 rounds. Jimmy Cali Boy Delgadillo, 5-0, 3 KOs, and then Harvey Horn, 11-1, 2 KOs. I mean, this is going to be a barn burner, and I hope the fans are ready to see just a fantastic fight. Roy, what do you think?
Well, Delgadillo, you see, he already tried to work on that shoulder roll and throw the right hand off of that, so I want to see what Harvey Horn does with that. Can Harvey Horn use his feet to out with that shoulder roll, and will he be able to get out the way of the counter punches? So far it's looking good. It's a great matchup. It's another experienced guy against a guy on the uprise. This is the kind of matchup you love to see in the sport of boxing.
Yep, we got a technical bout we got here. Boxing IQ of both of these guys is very, very good. As you can see that, both guys trying to think their way into this one. Harvey Horn is good at utilising that space and creating the openings. He's got a good shot selection as well, so this one's going to be interesting.
And Harvey Horn doing a good job using his feints early too. So
now, for those of you at home keeping score, right now it is US 9, UK 6. Now, if Horn is successful in this bout, that means we will end in a 9-9 tie, and we will go to see who has the more knockouts, knockdowns, and that will be determining the winner of the trophy. If the U.S. wins, the final tally will be, if Delgadillo wins, the final tally will be U.S. 12, UK 6. So this main event, it comes down to this right now. The entire night comes down to right now at the who's going to be victorious and who's going to be taking home the trophy.
Yep, we thought that it could come down to this last contest. As we were speaking about this earlier, we knew he was in for a tough night coming over to the US and trying to, run away with this victory. It's been a great matchup so far, and Harvey Horn now looking to level things up.
There's been some well-fought fights too. These guys are fighting very good fights. They're giving it all they got. Even the guy that lost the first fight, he gave it all he had, so everybody's coming out there and putting it all on the line, and I really like that.
Now, with Harvey Horn, this is his first fight outside the United Kingdom. His best victory came over, Spencer, can you help me pronounce? Ijaz Ahmed, he was 7-1.
Yeah, Ahmed, Ijaz Ahmed.
Okay, that was his best victory thus far. Very impressive record by Horn. And both guys kind of in the feel-out stage at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, a lot of respect between these two. That was better from Horn, moving the feet into range and catching his opponent there off with a shoulder roll, and that's the sort of thing that he needs to do, close that space.
We'll go to a commercial break.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Welcome back. The all-important last fight of the night. Harvey Horn for Team Great Britain against Jimmy Delgadillo, Texan, fighting for the United States. Harvey Horn maybe just edging the opening round?
Yeah, I think he done just enough in that opening round. Delgadillo was spending a lot of time doing the shoulder roll and not really coming back with anything sufficient. So Harvey Horn, for me, just doing enough in the closing stages of that opening round, but there's a lot of twists and turns to come in this contest for sure.
Jimmy Delgadillo has never faced an opponent with this much experience, and here it is happening on the very big stage with everything at stake in the final of the Transatlantic Clash.
First man he's faced with a winning record.
He believes in that shoulder roll, I tell you that. He has mad confidence in his shoulder roll and his defense.
Yep.
You gotta love that.
Now, Harvey Horn is the most experienced member of Team UK with 12 fights and over 120 amateur bouts as well, many of them with Team Great Britain.
Yeah, Harvey Horn is a very experienced amateur, travelling all over the world, so he knew what he was coming into this arena tonight. He knew it was going to be slightly hostile, but you know, it's that friendly rivalry that we've got, and it's been great in here. We've been treated so well all week, actually, by the US, and we felt much the same here this evening as well. It's been a great, entertaining night with a crowd, playing that pantomime stuff with the UK, but overall, it's been fantastic.
And I also love the fact that we've been getting very good decisions. No bad decisions. Everybody's been we all been kind of agreeing on the same outcomes of every fight.
Absolutely agree with that. This is good work again here from Harvey Horn. He's controlling the space there and putting his opponent on the ropes, and that's why he's maybe just sticking these rounds, because he's the one that's getting off first with his shots.
Great accuracy. He's boxing beautifully here, Horn.
Yep, totally agree with that, John Del Carino. He's struggling to get off of anything of his own, isn't he? He's a little bit too negative at the moment, and that's good work again there from Harvey Horn.
Del Carino is steadily looking for the counter shots. He's not looking to do much first, he just wants to counter.
Yeah, and he's spending maybe too much time, Roy, sitting on those ropes. And like you say, when you counter punch, the timing of that has to be perfect. You sort of got to deliver it just after the opponent's delivered the shot. He's spending too much time on the ropes and he's not getting off with the shots fast enough and just allowing Harvey Horn to nick these rounds.
He's finding it difficult to cope with the southpaw stance as well, isn't he? I think the fact that he's fighting a left-hander in Harvey Horn is not giving Delgadillo any favours.
No, good head movement there from Horn. Delgadillo tried to roll the dice a little bit there, tried to go for it at the end of that second.
¿Eres aficionado del fútbol? En Soccer Shop de la Plaza Mall encuentras artículos oficiales de tu equipo favorito, como jerseys del América, Chivas, Tigres y Rayados, internacionales, como Real Madrid, Barcelona, Al Nassr e Inter de Miami.
Somos Soccer Shop adentro de la Plaza Mall, al lado del área de comida. Ven a visitarnos.
El Home in the Sand Festival, 18 y 19 de octubre en la Isla del Padre. Acompaña a Paul Sr. de Orange County Choppers en la caravana de motos. En el viaje más grande del año. Prueba tu suerte en nuestra noche de casino y compite en el torneo de póker. Disfruta de boxeo profesional en vivo, expo de tatuajes, exhibición de autos y vota por la señorita Chrome in the Sand 2024. 18 y 19 de octubre, segundo evento anual de Chrome in the Sand Festival.
On we go into the third round. First two, well, the first one was close. I think Horn edged it. Second one clearly going to Great Britain's Harvey Horn in the predominantly white shorts.
Yeah, good start from Harvey Horn, isn't it? He's that first round was a feeling out process for both guys, but Harvey Horn for me doing enough in that second round and now calling Delgadillo in there. He's growing in confidence as this one goes on. Harvey Horn, good body shot going in there as well.
Delgadillo being just outthought, outfoxed, and the greater technique at this stage coming from Horn.
Well, he only got 5 fights, so you got to expect that he's not as experienced as Harvey Horn. And like you said, Harvey's the most experienced guy on the UK team. So,
well, one thing I'm not liking that I see Delgadillo doing is he leans back with his chin. And if he gets caught on that chin, it's going to be lights out.
Yep, he's back way too much.
Yeah, he still puts himself in a position not to be able to come back with anything effective either because of the way that he is leaning back. And Harvey Horn's too clever for that, too cute for that. You know, he's seen these sort of styles before, and Harvey now has slipped into a rhythm. And Roy, you know, when a fighter gets into a rhythm and he's in front, that's very difficult to beat.
Hard to beat him. And one shot ain't going to do it.
Yeah, good work again here from Harvey. He's just, oh, lovely left hand round the side of the...
He's getting comfortable now.
Yeah, he's starting to get into this one, and Delgadillo seems to have just gone a little bit too negative in there at the moment.
Spencer, being the former UBU Super Bantamweight champion, what does it take in order to get to that next level as a bantamweight? I mean, what do you got to work on? The speed, the reflexes, not more the power, it's more the punch out there, right?
It's all about development, you know, staying active. Inactivity doesn't help anybody. Getting experience, going on the road, training, fighting internationally, that's what it's all about. And if you have the natural talent, you're going to get there. And Harvey Horn's got one of those kids that he's been inactive through his career. You know, 12 fights over 6 years is just not enough. You can see how much talent he's got, and if he was active with that talent as well, he would be a tough kid to beat.
Now my next question is there a lot of bantamweight competition in England? Or
Absolutely,
is it in
absolutely.
Indonesia, Mexico, and China?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of activity there in England as well. It's a very popular weight. Harvey's boxes light as Superfly. He goes down. He's boxing out of his weight category here. But that's where I think he's more suited. I told him that himself. I said, look, you're not carrying any weight. You're growing all the time. And this is where you're more effective. Actually, you've got more power. You feel stronger yourself. And this is good work here from Harvey Horn as he pins his opponent on the ropes and getting through with some good shots there. This is a good round from Horn.
Yeah, it was. Very good round for Harvey Horn.
I can see the confidence growing in Harvey Horn as the fight is going on. Now, Delgadillo, they have to do something to change up the pace of this fight.
Yeah, certainly do. Harvey Horn's in that rhythm. And Delgadillo, he's got to do something now. He's got to do something a little bit more than sitting on those ropes, leaning back that old shoulder roll. You know, you're clearly watching all the old greats like Floyd Mayweather, the man sitting on my left, Mr. Roy Jones Jr. You know, he's watching those guys, watching those tapes, and he's taking on the, you know, the information, which is great. He's actually doing it too much. Well, you know what he recognises for? There's a reason you're rolling your shoulder. You're setting something up. You're setting a trap. You're coming back with a shot, and he's just not doing that at the moment.
He's fighting too defensively.
Fourth round coming up. Final fight of the night, and Harvey Horn in clear control at this stage.
Yep, I'd have to totally agree with that, Harvey Horn. You know, this has been one for the purists, this one. You know, the sweet science is being shown here with Harvey. You know, he's controlling that space so well. Look at the way that he reacts when Delgadillo comes forward. He creates that space as well. He's keeping that distance so well, and that's what's creating his timing. He's found his rhythm, found his timing very early. Shot selection's great. And look, just can't get caught in a moment. Head movement so good as well.
He's defensively so cute, isn't he?
Absolutely, you know, his reactions are very, very good. I'd say that, listen, for me, Harvey Horn, if this kid stays active and pushes on, he could go and do something for sure. He's got a lot of natural ability.
A whole lot of natural ability. Now, I would like to see Delgadillo be first sometime. He's always waiting on Harvey. You're not going to be the experienced fighter waiting on him. He already knows how it is. He has much more experience than you, so you keep waiting, he's going to set you up for something soon, like he just did right there in that corner.
Yeah, sure. Delgadillo just not doing enough, is he? Nope. He's sitting there and he's become way too negative now, and you just go, I'm not sure that he's actually got anything in his locker that could bother Harvey Horn right now, because, you know, yes, he's waiting too long, but has he got the ability to be able to change that around anyway? We haven't seen anything to say that he has. I think what he's going to take from this is experience, and he'll go back and he'll learn, and he'll rebuild. You know, a loss doesn't mean anything at this stage of your career.
Nope, not at all. That's what people fail to realize. It's all about getting better at this point in your career.
There was a guy called Hopkins who had a couple of early defeats, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
First foul.
Boy, if you're in Delgadillo's corner, you know there's going to be one more round. What are you going to say?
You got to go out there and let your hands go. You can't keep waiting on him. You got to push the issue. If you get caught, too bad. You're getting caught anyway. Push the issue and see what you can find. Don't wait on him. If you're waiting on him, he's going to outpoint you anyway. So either he's going to outpoint you or he's going to catch you and knock you out. No way are you going to win by not being first.
The problem that he's got, though, is that Harvey's controlling that space with his feet. He's holding the feet and he's making Delgadillo work when he's doing that. You know, he's making him work without working himself, because he's controlling that space so well with his feet. And yeah, he's struggling with that southpaw stance as well. Lovely left straight cross again, and then out the way, created that space, created that distance, and then again there. That was good work there from Harvey Horn towards the end of that round, and that was another one to cement another round. 4 rounds down, 4 rounds in favour of Harvey Horn on my scorecard anyway. I don't know how you guys are seeing it. It's a good performance, good contest this one to finish the night.
I'll go in the same way, Spencer. 4-0.
Here at the TSC Jacob Brown Auditorium.
Coasting now towards a comfortable win, which I have to say is pretty much what we expected.
I'll tell y'all what I think at the end of this next round. I agree with y'all right now, but I'll tell y'all exactly what I think at the end, at the conclusion of this last round.
Delgadillo could have it could have gone either way the first round, but after that, Horn has been dominating.
Yes.
It's going to be 49-46 or 50-40. Unless something drastically changes. This is boxing, and it's not over until it's over.
Nope. Yep, that's exactly it. The referee pulls the shorts up and away. The protector comes up even higher there. But you can see the instructions now from Del Gardido, and his corner is to go out there and roll the dice here, mate, because you're behind. But look at this beautiful movement from Harvey Horn.
Gotta make sure you don't get knocked out rolling the dice, though.
Yep.
Live by the gun, die by the gun.
Now, Delgadillo's corner, they know that he's down on points, so they're going to say, go out there. What they said was go out there and be aggressive, and ultimately he's looking for that big shot. He knows he has to score that big knockout in order to be victorious, and for the U.S. to take that trophy home.
Good body shot there from Harvey Horn as well, and then switches it up to the uppercut. Showing good shot selection in there, Horn.
MMA fight right now.
Yeah, sure.
You got a punch right there.
That's what I'm saying. He's getting up close. He's not controlling what he does, in any space. He's showing signs of frustration because Harvey's doing a good job of throwing shots. He's pot shotting, letting combinations go, moving. He's frustrating his opponent and dominating this fight. He really is.
He's trying to put his punches on the target instead of punching.
Spencer, I can only imagine the UK team arriving back home with the press right when they're getting off the plane, taking those pictures. But is that going to happen? At this point, we are not sure yet. But boy, what a sight that would be for all of you.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I think that what this looks like, Harvey Horn's going to win this contest and win it quite comfortably in my eyes anyway. And I think, well, good work there. But yeah, I think he's going to win it quite comfortably, and then we see how it goes. I think that the US may win this one with the knockdown.
That's what I was about to say at the end of the round.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't want to say it to the end of the round. I want to say myself.
I totally understand. Yeah, Bradax was knocked down, and that might be the difference between winning and losing here.
I didn't want to jinx myself.
Arnie,
that's why I told you I had something to say at the end of this round.
Oh yeah, but Arnie, David Dawson, he had the knockdown as well.
So
but I think I had 2 knockdowns. I don't know. We might.
Listen, absolutely. It's going to be interesting. I think it actually might be a draw.
It might be.
I think it's one of those strange ones where we didn't want it to be a draw. We tried to work it out, but it wouldn't be a draw. But it looks like it's a draw.
Well, like they say in Spanish, vamos a ver, we will see. Last 10 seconds right here. It looks like Horn is in clear control of this one now. Pandering to the crowd, and it is going to end here as the final fight of the exciting Transatlantic Clash. And that is it. We will hear from Lupe Contreras momentarily as to who won. We think it was Horn, and then as to how they're going to tally the victory, we shall see. So much to everybody tuning in from the United Kingdom and the United States. We've had a thrilling contest between both countries. Both countries came to fight. Nothing but pride, nothing but respect for the UK and the United States fighters. Hopefully we get to do it again in March. But what an unforgettable night here at the Jacob Brown Auditorium, coming to you live from Brownsville, Texas, on TV Azteca, Texas.
Yep, March, we do the return, and we go to the iconic, historic York Hall in Bethnal Green, where, Roy, you've been to the venue before, you know what it's like. And we've had great fighters box there before in the past, like Johnny Tapia, John Ruiz, you know, the man that you took the world heavyweight title from. I saw him box there, and I've seen Lennox Lewis box there. So it's steeped in history. I think that's why the return goes there, because the atmosphere is going to be absolutely insane.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking about this, you know, and I think we get the victory here. Let's see.
Team UK, Triple H, Harvey, Hornet Horn.
How anybody can score that 48-47, I find absolutely staggering.
It's crazy, crazy.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you were keeping track, that makes the score 3 USA, 3 United Kingdom. We are at a stalemate. That means Team USA will be going across the pond to settle things in Transatlantic Clash 2. Make sure you stay tuned. Another great night of action between the finest from the USA and the finest from the United Kingdom. Thank you very much.
No. I know it's 3-3, but what I'm saying is I had more knockdowns than them. We had more knockdowns.
Who did?
We did. We had more knockdowns.
No, I don't think you did.
Yes.
No, because the one that you had the knockdowns was actually classed as a knockout.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Marines Promotions, Fight Academy, all our proud sponsors, as well as our international sponsors, we thank you very much for being a tremendous crowd. As we mentioned, keep an eye out for the next event. It is Transatlantic Clash 2. Currently, things are at a stalemate. We will have to settle the score in the near future. Team USA will be going abroad to face the absolute best the United Kingdom has to offer. Have a great night. Safe drive home. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
No, James didn't fight. No, he didn't.
They told me that you guys have to cut the music and tell everybody to exit the building immediately. Yeah, okay, yeah.